Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Now, guys, I promise you guys that I will be back with a week-long marathon. So this is day 2 of our week-athon of homelessness topics. Right here at You Will Make It TV, this week is reserved specifically for topics that help to raise awareness about what is really going on in those homeless communities, especially with the trending topic news of military being deployed to DC recently. Okay, everybody knew about the news, but everybody was just been surrounded and wondering, like, since when do we have to go dispatch whole, frontline police for the homelessness? Like, how bad is the crime in DC at this time? How bad has the crime been in New York? How bad has the crime been in major cities for a while now? Major cities. That's gonna be places like Houston, Dallas, Tampa. Where else? Just like major cities. And all of a sudden, everybody want to draw attention to the quote unquote crimes that are going on in major cities. But I'm just reminding people, it's homeless communities everywhere, not just major cities. That means small towns too. I've seen it with my own eyes. Small towns have it even worse because they have less and less resources to actually try to help people with, because it's a small town. They'll usually tell you when it's a small town, oh, our resources are limited. They tell the homeless that first. They tell the newly released from incarceration that first. They tell somebody straight out of a mental home that's been in rehab for a minute. That was my thing. Like, where do those people go? That's fine, you went to rehab and got help, or that's fine, you went and served your time to society in prison, but you still need a home once you're released. Yeah. So, anyways, it's just time out in this country for people to be trying to say there's one right or wrong way to survive when, once again, even when you serve your time to society, and you get out of jail, that's been a problem that people been talking about. How people don't have homes just coming out of jail. You want to know why they don't have homes? In some families, they do. They right there outside of the jail doors waiting on you. Like, oh, okay, Bobby, you're finally released. Let's give you a home. You can sleep in our garage or on our couch. But that's not the average option that people have when they come out of prison. You know what I mean? So pretty much, what did we think happens? The cracks of the system, just trying to provide a way for themselves straight out of jail. Don't think we don't know about that. You will make it TV. They end up going back to the same thing that put them in jail. Yeah, yeah. So we were just talking about how that alone is traumatic. You going without a home a week or two. Don't turn it into months or years you were homeless. I wonder what mental health condition that triggers. You know what I mean? Because it's not just the fact that you were out there all alone. It's also the fact, how were you treated when you was out there? You thought, oh, okay, they were at a homeless shelter. They're fine. They were at a homeless resource. They're getting avocation help. They're fine. People just mad because the truth coming. Help was so superb, we wouldn't have so much crime, crime, in the homeless communities to begin with. How do you expect people to believe it's the homeless that's walking around here with weapons and AK-47s and they're the ones out here attacking everybody? Maybe in New York, because I've been seeing news story after news story about people attacking people on the subways and stuff like that. But how do you explain that one incident? Nobody out there was homeless at the music festival that happened in, was it France or Paris recently? Nobody out there was homeless. As a matter of fact, all of them that was at that music festival had to pay money to get into the music festival. But this was another mass event where people got stuck with needles, bro. It's like, why is that not being talked about? Yeah, that was just recently. What, like a month ago? That was on the news, some kind of music festival. All kind of victims, because I want to know. Because they said that the victims went to the hospital for care and stuff, but we never heard nothing else. Like, what were their test results? So we just supposed to believe a person randomly went out there and stuck people with needles with no agenda whatsoever? Of course they want us to believe that. Then you have people scared to go to mass events. That's where you should have had military deployed at every mass event and concert they do from now on. That's over 500 people in the place. Every place with over 500 people. At this point, yeah, you might as well deploy military police at every location that there's going to be a mass gathering at this point. Shout out to the chat. Thank you guys for your support. Don't forget to hit that subscribe bell, like, and share any of our Week-Athon homeless topics this week. Because, like, I'm so sick of people placing one stupid narrative around homeless people. It's just time out for that. And don't let you be black or homeless. It don't take too much for them to say about you. You know what I mean? You already black. They can just say, oh, that person was, put some other stupid thing before their own livelihood. That's all they got to say about you when you're black. And yes, it's been a problem. What is Teddy Sherry saying? Yes, you're in more danger. If you're in danger with a home and people can do sneaky stuff around your home, imagine what you're going through when you're homeless. You got people have homes and call authorities about stuff that they're going through or things that's they're noticing around their community. If nothing's being done about it, how you gonna say they making up what's happening when they out there homeless? I don't know where to start with this topic, but it hurts my heart to know that because people don't want to really deal with the real severities and what's the word I'm looking for? Mental health. Today, we're talking about how mental health is associated with homelessness, most definitely. Because they feel like, well, if you don't want to be on the streets, you need to be in one of our facilities. No, that wouldn't be what you saying. Disabled and homeless people. Disabled and mental health crisis people have rights. That's where you're playing with their rights. You're saying they deserve any level of crime or whatever they're surrounded with because they suffer with a mental health disability? How is that the mental health communities having rights then? So then they'll just say, well, let me see what your method is. Well, see, since you believe that so much, you see my method, I'm not finna sit here and give up and kick a person with mental health disabilities on the street. I know that much. And I've never been a landlord. But I'm saying even in my own household, the best I can do is keep looking for help for that person. It just doesn't seem right that I say, yep, let me open my door and I just kick a person that I know got full-blown ADHD, Asperger's, dementia, dyslexia, because it's a long list of mental health disabilities. How are the statistics showing that most Americans are suffering from some type of mental health disability, even if it's depression? Y'all thought depression doesn't fall in the line of mental health? Well, I'm here to wake you up and remind you that it does. Depression is a whole mental health disability. It's not a choice. People wake up. Oh, okay, I wake up today and I decide to be depressed. They actually can't control it. That's what I'm saying. It's a whole disability. Depression by itself. Now, just think about all the other mental health disabilities. And I was just saying, when did that turning point happen in our country where it's like, oh, we just write on a piece of paper they had mental health. That's why that unfortunate event happened to that person. They couldn't think straight. They couldn't even see straight. Because, vision impairment is a whole disability in itself, too. Hopefully you have the Medicaid or some type of insurance to get some type of help with your vision. If not, you can't see everything that's going on around you. Plus, you're homeless. So anyways, you would just be surprised to know how many people out there on the streets literally take some type of disabled mental health disability medication. They already don't know how they're going to eat, where they're going to stay. And then, to me, like I said, it still goes back to the families of these people because, they never want you to come and interview them. You just see a homeless man on the street, but ask him where his family is. Ask him where his mental health paperwork is. Ask him where his birth certificate and ID is. But they be saying, oh, that's just Jack. He's still going off of alcohol. We can't get him to act right. But you got all of Jack's personal information still at your house? And Jack been out here sleeping and piss and with animals in the woods and on the side of the streets and on the sidewalks and in the park. Oh, but that's what I'm saying. Have they went in a further investigation? Fuck all this making the target the homeless people. Why don't you go talk to the home? Because you think any person had their self. Some mother had them. Somebody raised them. We just wanted to hear y'all what y'all got to say in the background. Why is that mental health person sleeping on the goddamn sidewalk? It's making me mad. They're deploying whole military police just to see what the homeless doing and to keep crime down. Of it in a second, going this direction. How the hell is it the homeless committing the crimes when it's their family members and friends and people they trusted that's still holding on dear to their information and everything they once had? You still got possession of anything they once had. You got something more to do with why they homeless, if you ask me. It's crazy. It's really, really crazy. Plus, all at the same time, you got the main worldwide criminals hiding out amongst the homeless. All they got to do is go undercover and pretend to be homeless. And those the ones I hope God really judge before it's over with. Because who's out here pretending to be homeless just to go out there and commit more crimes? Make it make sense. Make it make sense, bro. Criminals, all I know, what I've known about criminals, they always had some money in their pocket. That's the point of them committing the crimes to begin with. Through this stream I'm doing today, if you guys hear any pause breaks, because I said I'm gonna turn those pause breaks into more like commercial segments, so it sounds a little more professional right here on my will announce before I go on those pauses. That way people are aware if it's just my connection or somebody playing with my stream. It's time out for all that. But this is one of those pause breaks. We're finna go on really quick. Thank you guys for your support. I'll be right back. It's in my purse. Right here on the dresser. It's in my purse. Back to what I was saying though, y'all. Innocence used to be, last I checked, they said the best things in life are free. Okay? Not rent. Now rent, it's a luxury, I guess. But how is the best things in life free if you want me to think me not being homeless makes me free? Okay? It said the best things in life are free. So now I'm giving an example of the best thing. One of those best things I think they were referring to is something like your innocence, is something like your right. You were born with that. That's why they say the best things in life are free. And what I see is a big, huge, major attack on what those very things. It's like somebody know that quote. Some menace out here knows that's true. They know the best things in life are free. That's why they try to use what you're supposed to pay for to make you look so criminal. You know what I mean? So negligent, so behind on what you got to do. If you're a free spirited, they might as well say that's really what they want. All the free spirits to be locked up and 6 feet under. They don't like the theory of free spirits anymore. Free, I don't know what it is, because most homeless people, they are free spirits. I wasn't gonna tell y'all this, but because some people don't know, there are very few people in those homeless communities that do choose to be out there. And rest in peace, Mama Rose, because I wanna touch on some of the things I know for sure. This great lady, when she was here, she had no problem telling a person at any given time she chose to be on the streets. But see, that was back in the 90s. Like, I don't even think the homeless streets was, trust me, they was still the streets. Let me not even say that. But, and then if you would listen to her, she'd go into further details about what she meant. She said, well, out here, I don't have to worry about a person putting me out. But if only she could see the days of today. Like, yes, grandmother, no, they're actually putting people out on the streets. They're throwing their tents in the trash, their grocery baskets, everything. But that would be one of the things she would say, like, I don't have to worry about nobody putting me out. I don't have to worry about somebody telling me when I should clean my kitchen. Well, of course, you don't have the luxury of baking a turkey or chicken every day, and you don't have a home with an oven in it. But it's just she felt a little freer outside. She felt like she had more control of her life. Now that I'm a grown woman, going back listening to reflecting on what she was saying, it makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't say that's a person who has a problem with authority and rules. That's a free spirit for you. And she make it like home wherever she set up camp. She just got mentally exhausted with the demands of this society. That's not even, they say it's equality and it's rights and everybody has the same choices, but it's really not true. That's why they don't want you looking deeper. I'm telling you, they don't want you. Once again, I just think it's weird. It should be a whole requirement with people walking homeless shelters that, maybe so many people wouldn't be quick to throw their people on the streets. When you got to only answer for yourself at a homeless shelter about why you're there, of course it'll just look like it's all your fault. Or why you sleeping in a tent outside. Stop sitting here antagonizing and interrogating the homeless. Why don't you go talk to the people from where they come from? Go talk to where they come from. And I didn't say stop there. And I mean every homeless person out there. How about you go? Because I know they come from a family somewhere. They got some type of extended family somewhere. Some type of people that was friends with them when they wasn't homeless. I'm so sick of seeing it. I've seen people go through this, y'all, with my own eyes. I don't have to name names. Nobody liked them. Soon as they had a 5-bedroom house, everybody they best friend. Everybody want to come by and check on and see how you doing and what you doing. Soon as you got a luxury car. I know I'm not saying nothing new, but I'm saying look at the minds of Americans. Don't look at the minds just of the mental health. We know they got disabilities. They even are open about it. They'll share, they'll talk about it. That's never supposed to be something we were supposed to be ashamed of. It's called a disability. We're ashamed of hearing these stories of those who have chosen to take strong advantage of the disabled and the homeless. And don't worry, I don't need nobody to say, I think this might be your calling. The homeless community's been calling me since I was like 2 or 3 years old. Sorry, some of us started out there. And you want us to shut up. We know homelessness all too well. And what happens while you out there. Why people didn't want your reports to mean nothing. Hey, I'm homeless. I think somebody might be scaring my daughter. The police like, what we supposed to do about that? Like, what are you trying to say? Yeah, it's scary out here. And that's it. That's all you're going to get. Maybe a few resources for some therapy classes. I'm just saying, that's how it becomes a cycle. Like, oh my God. But yeah, that's what I think. Because first of all, nobody can be diagnosed with a disability without a doctor. You got too many internet experts sitting up here trying to deem people incompetent and they don't know what they're talking about just because the internet is here. And I'm glad the internet is doing that. Yeah, go look in people's real lives. Forget what they telling you on their page and on their posts. Who are they really? In the Black communities, this is not new. It's kind of like shunned just to go get you some mental health help. You actually be scared to. Who's going to be trying to take advantage of your disability check while you got to go sleep on the street? I'm tired. I'm so tired of this. And I ain't just talking about in my personal life. Y'all want to know who my family is? The homeless. If I ever have to go back in reverence to, like, who is the people that treated me the wellest in this world? If I die today and have to talk to God about it in the heavens, I'm a tell the truth. God, the homeless treated me better Sometimes I got confused. I thought that was my auntie. That was my auntie. The homeless woman cooked me a nice meal one night. What you mean? On her plug-in stovetop. It was the nicest meal I had in a long time. Do people care to hear it? Yeah, I met people out there that was more like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying everybody perfect. We know it be crime in the homeless communities, but when it comes to love and people understanding what you're going through and shit, I've actually seen it. You got some homeless people that have more sense than what y'all think. They got common sense. That's why they offer. Sweetie, you need a babysitter? Sweetie, you might need somebody to clean your house from time to time, because that's exactly the type of person. I like to see people like that like to allow drug addicts to cut their yard so they can make a little money, or they're not just giving them change and free giving it, but they actually create work and opportunities for people in these situations. Just throwing flyers all over the town talking about we hiring is not going to get it. It's not going to get it. What are these people telling people when they show up? You thought, well, I did my job. I told you such and such was hiring. Okay, did you follow up with me? Did I follow up with the job? Because I might have followed up with the job and found out the job had been told don't hire me at all. What's the point of you putting the hiring signs up? It ain't no work crisis going on out here. What it is a lot of toxicity. That's what toxicity does. It spreads. Goodness spreads too. The goodness, the gospel, there are positive things that can spread and that are contagious, but they rather only toxicity be spreading. Because I heard another young lady talking about it on her channel, and shout out to her, but she's absolutely right. I'm not one of those cloud chasers, got to piggyback off what you said, unless I'm doing it for positive reasons. But that young lady had a whole point. She said, man, is it just me, or have anybody else noticed more and more work environments are becoming toxic? I was like, oh my God, did she just say that? Yeah, she said that, and it's the truth. Who wants to hear about it? The work, what's them people called? The civil work right department? I thought y'all was going and doing inspections at these places, not just food places. We know the food establishments, they have to get inspections at least twice a year. Now, I've never been a food manager, so I don't know the exact numbers, but I know they come in there and do inspections in food establishments. I'm talking about anybody that have a license to do a business, they all need to be inspected. Forget all this, let's just go inspect this person and that person because a crowd of person said we should. That should be going on anyway in the whole nation. Go do an inspection. Go start doing more inspections in some of these hospitals, in some of these clinics, and some of these stores that y'all call businesses, some of these nail salons, massage parlors, there should be inspections. You wouldn't have so many people quick to hurry up and build a business that's hurting people on the side so they can get extra money if you had regular inspections going on. Because now they done showed me something. We got funding to deploy military to go see what the homeless doing. We better have money to do inspections on regular work sites. And I think it should be 3 to 5 times a year. Not just trusting people with credentials to do the right thing. Clearly, that's not working. If they're doing the right thing, once again, why is there such an increase in homelessness encampments in more than one state in this country? You keep trying to keep the same narrative from the 80s about homeless people. It ain't even like the 80s right now. First of all, things are way more expensive. Qualifications are a little more stricter than they were in the 80s, just so you can go rent an apartment. Actually, rent was cheaper then. I know for sure it was. I know for sure just 5 to 7 years ago, rent was cheaper. Trust me. Depending on which state you is, in some states, I literally saw it with my own eyes. I saw the rent increases happen. Now, some places, rent has always been high. It's a major city. What you mean? They're going to charge you more to stay in it. I'm talking about regular communities, regular low-income communities. I think they had lost their mind when they started doing that. It's one thing to up the rent on everybody, but when they came to the low-income communities doing that first, to me, it was something not right with that agenda a long time ago. Yeah, we're going to go to the low-income communities, the low-housing communities, and tell them rent is going to now be $200 more. Rent is now $500 more. And no, I was not just speaking on homeless topics now. Anybody that know me, I've actually been on homeless coalition boards. Like, I actually came to meetings. You didn't get paid to do that. It's a volunteer position. Just so you can sit around and think and talk and discuss with other like-minded people what propositions can we bring to the forefront that might actually help lessen or at least make the homeless people a little more comfortable. And yeah, people hate the thought of that. Oh, you're homeless, you shouldn't be comfortable. It's like I'm trying to speak on something without even telling the visions and dreams I've already had. The repercussions, people will suffer if they keep turning a blind eye like it doesn't matter because it's not them out there. Trust me, God see each and every part. We all play in it. We all play in it. What you mean? Oh, well, I made it out the trenches. That ain't my problem no more. That's not my... Just know the angels are recording everything you say. Everything you don't even say out loud. Don't you know your thoughts put energy out here too? Your thoughts actually create realities too. People can see your thoughts sometimes on your face of what you feel about the homeless communities, or that you think somebody should be homeless. You just feel like they don't deserve a home. The reason I can be so chill about it a little bit, even though I know it's not right, is sometimes when you feel like you have seen what this is going to come to. I didn't say I feel like people deserve it. It's just I better understand why it might get as bad as it's about to get. And I mean for masses of people. MASSES, not just no homeless community. Some of them people out there riding around on wheelchairs. They didn't even have a car. They don't have insurance and stuff. Once again, when these homeless people come up missing, and something happened to them, we don't just see this in the news and on Star Telegram and stuff every day. Nobody thinks that's weird because that's how they do it. Well, it was a bum on the street. You know what probably happened to them? They probably got caught up in a bad drug deal or a bad deal. See, all these bad deals wouldn't exist for people to get caught up in if the bad deals didn't exist. What's my main point on this topic today? That the disabled and the mental health impaired and the disabled and the homeless are still the number one vulnerable people in the world. Not in this country, in the world. Anywhere you're homeless, you're the top vulnerable of that community. Whether you're homeless in Africa, Australia, England, it doesn't matter. Homeless is homeless. What you mean? You're now in the category of the most vulnerable of the vulnerablest. So, I'm sorry. A person once tried to say, well, when she was homeless, she told me her name was Ashley. I probably did. I don't owe you any real information about my life while I'm on the streets and I'm in the most vulnerable position I can be. Don't expect me to give you the full rundown truth on what my next step might be or what I choose to do with my future and I'm whole homeless. And you all around me trying to get information about my life. I'm sorry, I'm gonna feel very uncomfortable with something like that. And I encourage people right now, you need to be thinking like that, even if you're not homeless, because it could be you one day. So now that you're in a more vulnerable position, you just gonna give a person your ID, you just gonna give a person your personal information, you just gonna offer a person if it ain't about what I need and what you can help me with, I don't owe you any information while I'm homeless or not homeless. Because, see, you could take that same information and use it to your benefit to create a homeless position for me. But people didn't know it gets this deep. Just like I promised, though, we're doing a week-long marathon. If I got to go the rest of the year, if my spirit say no, talk about homelessness the rest of the year, that's what we're going to be talking about on You Will Make It TV. And it's one thing just for me to talk. I'm just a good candidate to speak on it because I have overcome homelessness several times. That's why I feel like I'm a good candidate to speak on it. Not as in, here's all the magical things to do. That's the thing, though. Every time I came out of it, it was a whole nother way. That's how I know it's more than one way to overcome any obstacle. You can jump over that hurdle. You can skip over it. You can go over it real slow if you have to. Either way, hurdles can be jumped. That's the purpose of a hurdle. They are to be leaped over, or is it just supposed to stand there for show? You know what I mean? So yeah, I've come out of it many times. So I'm trying to raise my voice about that. Number one, that there is more than one way. Don't y'all know some of these people that be on the streets? They had a house. They had a whole house, and no, they weren't evicted. They weren't they weren't it wasn't foreclosed, nothing. What was going on at their house that made it no longer a safe place to live? Either way, you just let the bygones be bygones. When it's a home, though, you just go through whatever you got to go through, because I'm sure the abuses that you could be prone to in a homeless community is going to be way worse than anything somebody can take you through at home. Does anybody agree? Just hit the like button, leave your comments in the chat. I'm not saying abuse is right anywhere you go, but it wouldn't abuses be a little more severe, or what you could be up against is going to be way worse when you're on the whole streets versus in an apartment, in a duplex, in a hotel room. I know people been out here talking about how those hotels are not completely safe either, and people do. That's where you need to go deploy military soldiers. All these hotels and motels, I ain't seen them do that yet. Because you do have people with mental health disabilities. You notice when you go to check in to a room, all they care about is you having an ID and some money. They is not finna ask you, do you have mental health disabilities, or can you walk, or they don't care about that. Anybody can come rent out a room. Anybody. A motel room, a hotel room. They never really go into details asking you what's your personal life business. Only homeless communities do that. They the top number one place that gets access to people's personal information. Just to get help with a meal, they gotta see your ID. Just to get a bag of clothes, they need your birthday and social security number. This ain't even you working on housing yet. This just you trying to get your basic necessities to get through each day. Okay? Any place that tell you they need your ID just so you can get a bag of clothes, a sleeping bag, a roll of toilet paper, I don't know. Something might be fishy about that. It's not like it's a FEMA camp. I can see at a FEMA camp, they're saying, where's your ID before we help you with something? It's a whole homeless community. Come on, bro. I talked on a stream last night. I gave an idea. I put an idea out there in the air when we were talking about homelessness last night. Like, why don't they have community places where a person can go securely leave their personal information, like IDs and files and business records? Because who said because you're homeless you didn't have a business, or you can't have a business? They hate people thinking that way. That some of us independent learners and the new generation have been teaching people that. Who told you can't start a business right there at the shelter? And what's crazy, if they even see you attempting to do it, here come flying monkeys and suddenly all kind of people trying to distract you from doing it. I already saw the truth. You tell the homeless shelter, oh, I'm in college, I need to use the computer 2 hours a day. Oh, they got the computer sitting there, but like, what's been happening to that person every time they go sit at the computer? Why is it always a technology glitch, or somebody done hacked the computer, or you got 10 people standing around playing like they're not doing nothing, trying to see what you're doing on the computer? Even if I go to school, they're not going to allow a classroom environment to be like that. So why should I have to suffer from that or go through that just because I'm homeless? Yeah, they was like, this person seems to be treated with a little more respect when she homeless. That's because I demand it. I still have rights. Until the Constitution say, yep, once you're homeless, you have no rights, then you can see me look and act and dress a certain way just because I'm homeless. But right now, the Constitution doesn't say that. And I'm glad it never did. It never said you being homeless means you don't have rights. You can't start a business. You can't start a daycare business, any kind of business you want to. You can't work independently for yourself. They just start pushing people out there to make them rush and try to go get a 9-to-5 job. You tell me what interview you go to. You saw this in The Pursuit of Happiness, didn't you? Come to the interview in some dirty clothes if you want to. You think they just finna say, oh, well, you're homeless, we understand, let us just go ahead and hire you? Come on, bro. They don't even do that for people with homes. My point is, you have to carry yourself a certain way, no matter what you're going through. If you're going to have any type of slight fighting chance of remaining a part of what they call society. I told y'all, it's too many people going out here being treated like ghosts, but they really not ghosts. They really still have whole bodies to walk around in. They really still use their eyes, ears, nose, and everything every day, but you're going to treat them like a ghost because they sitting in front of the store begging for some change. So it's a good time to share this parable that Jesus shared. You know what I mean? For real. It ain't nothing we going through out here he didn't see. And that actually concerns me, because now are we just trying to repeat? Are we repeating created? See, a creation can be negative or positive. So you got me messed up. You can't make me believe people won't sit there and recreate a whole toxic cycle. That's where I've seen people are mentally messed up. It's not the ones that were born with mental disabilities we should be worried about. It's the ones who just choose to induce this type of mental sickness on themselves by doing stuff like that. If you can sit there and repeat a whole toxic cycle, you got plenty of sense. Just to keep somebody down in the dumps, you got plenty of sense. You don't, them type don't need to get the chance to plead mental insanity. Some of these people plots expose you. They were far from mental, maybe spiritually possessed. That's why I'm finna talk about what Jesus said. So it's this parable in the Bible. I forgot what book I seen this in. But you can Google it right now. You can reference to this. It's a parable. They call it about the vineyard. Okay, the vineyard. Like back then, most of the jobs were on farms and fields, and just more like straight handwork labor. Back in Jesus' day, you can't tell Jesus nothing about me and working. He probably just gonna laugh at you if you don't know what you're talking about. Like, no, that person ain't where I know what real work is. No, trust me, there's a man named Jesus. He knew what work was too. And they tried to say he wasn't working because, maybe his skills wasn't of this world. Healing people from the blind, making people feel renewed again after people done stole all the hope out of them. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so where was I at? Okay, this is what Jesus told him, y'all. It was a parable of an old man. He was walking somewhere, and it was a whole bunch of poor people just standing around. And when I read it, it reminded me of back to the parable. Oh, when I read it, it reminded me of like hood corner stores. You know what I'm saying? Where you might see people standing around. But this man, he actually cared. He said, "Why are y'all standing around? You just standing here begging?" They didn't know the man that asked him that was actually a business owner himself. You understand? That's why you have a lot of people trying to entice and control the influence of any leader. Literally, I can name every leader that's supposed to be a leader right now. I bet you there's some type of influence surrounding them. Why they can't lead by themselves? You got to have parties, a group of people that's all trying to influence your decisions every day. That's where the problem is too. You know what I'm saying? And it says a lot about the people and the trust they have in you. You the one that's the leader. All they can do is influence what they think you should do. You're not no real leader if every decision you make is based off what 10 people said you should do. I mean, and I feel like this applies to Donald Trump too. Like, if you just ask me personally, my personal opinion, do you think he is making decisions on his own with no influence at all? No, I do not. And that's fine, have influences, but why is it only certain influences you're listening to? And the people who have long experience with homelessness and stuff, you don't want to listen to them. You can tell who's influencing him, somebody who could care less about the homeless. That's why they told you to send military police to DC. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's weird. But back to that parable. So he asked them, why are y'all just standing around? And one of them answered, honestly, he said, sir, we're standing around because nobody will hire us. This in the whole Bible. And he said, nobody will hire y'all. Well, are y'all really trying to work? And all the poor people stood there. They said, yeah, we got families to provide for it too. So the business owner tells them, y'all come on and meet me at such and such address in the morning. I'm going to see if you serious. That can happen to any one of us, but keep up with me. So he said, I'm going to see if y'all serious. Y'all come and meet me at such and such location in the morning. I'm going to have a job for you. So the ones that were serious, they did show up. And guess what? That vineyard owner did have a job for them when they showed up. But the story doesn't end there, because there's a lesson in this story. Okay, so they show up for work. The man puts them to work. Not only does he put them to work, at the end of the day, with these kind of jobs back then in the Bible, I guess they got paid the same day. Like, it's just a lot of things that have changed over the course of history. We know we all wait a week or two for a paycheck now. And we're going to talk about why in a little bit. If people just thought that was a coincidence, it's not. All of this is systematically programmed for a reason. Nobody ever asked why we get paid every week or 2 weeks or every month. Why we don't get paid every day like they used to do in the Bible days. As soon as they got off work, off of hard days of work, they lined up and everybody coins being dropped in their hand. You're not going without nothing that you didn't have or needed. If you're getting paid every day straight after the shift. Now think about that for a second. No, but you're successful than the homeless person because you get paid every week or 2 weeks. You don't even control that. The day you tell me that you did a change to that, then I'll maybe have something to envy you about. You're the person just changed the whole workforce. You just told them that they should pay us every day. Anyways, the people that had been working for the vineyard man had the nerve to get jealous of the new people who came there to start working. This is why they got jealous. They said, why are you giving them the same amount that we getting and we've been working here for 15 years? And this is in the Bible. People was greedy a long time ago. That's the thing. Like, spirits and stuff don't die. Energies don't die. All you can do is be another person walking around in it. Because we all know at the end of the day, greed is really what contributes to the massive homelessness. If people were greedy, they wouldn't be out there. That's why people say that. Why you talking about, yeah, it's the homeless people that's greedy and they're ungrateful. I'm sorry, if they were greedy, I can see ungrateful, but if they were greedy, how the hell would they even end up homeless? That's why people choose to be greedy. They rather be greedy and have more than what they need than just to be getting by or just to, I'm not saying I advocate for greed. I'd rather be greedy. At least I ain't got to worry about being homeless. That's how they feel. It's one thing to be hungry. Hungry just means, you willing to hustle. You willing to go get what you need at any given moment. That's hungry. That's a hungry hustler. A greedy hustler, they want what they can get and what everybody else got too. Long as they don't end up on the homeless streets. Greed is not a reason that all them tents is outside. The greed of others. Because what they did, they told the vineyard owner, why are they getting paid the same amount? They just started today. Oh, you want to give it to Morgan? Okay. Here, Mike. Yeah, they like, how are they getting paid the same amount as us? And we've been working here 20 years. And then the boss said, well, because they suffered more, though. They've been without a job for 10 years. So I'm finna pay them the same amount that I pay y'all. Whatever reason he found, he could do that. He was the owner. He can pay them however much he wants to. And do you know, he said, any one of y'all don't like it, you can quit. Yeah, that's what you call a leader. Not somebody who let the other workers tell him, well, that ain't fair. They don't deserve as much as we get. They just started. They don't even have as much experience. I just people out there that think that way, just know God sees you because you are not the first person that thought that way. That's why I'm talking about this parable out the Bible that happened long before any of us was born. Jesus was already teaching them about having that type of mentality, trying to control the influence of a whole leader. And that's how you know the difference between a leader that God initiates and a leader that the people chose. Why you think they chose them? They not finna choose you if they can't influence you. It shows a lot about why some of us are not the top pick. It's not about being selfish. It's not about being a narcissist. None of that. They can already see that you're going to be the type of leader that's not going to be easily influenced. I don't want the votes of those who just feel like I'm going to do what they tell me to do. How is that me being a free-thinking leader? That's the thing about votes and all of that crazy stuff. Like, who did you vote for? I shouldn't have to sit here and deliberate amongst myself. Well, let me see. Should I vote for the person that's actually gonna have? Because that's all people do. I'm gonna vote for who I think is actually gonna do something that's gonna help change my life, not the American people's life, just their lives personally. I want to vote for Trump. I know if I tell him to get the homeless off the streets, he's gonna do it. That's all that's all that's really showing us at the end of the day. You guys prefer leaders that you can control. But let me tell you something. You're living in an illusion already, because if you control that leader's not in control, silly. That's retarded. But the leader wants to keep looking like, yeah, I'm in control. I'm the one making these orders. We know that ain't true. We know that ain't true. I'm just saying we're up to date by now. We're up to date. And I'm speaking up for the homeless. By the way, for those that tap in, come into our stream, they don't know what we're talking about over here. I'm talking about the homeless, and all week I'm talking about the different things that contribute to homelessness, because people swore it's only you, some decision you made or some choice you did or didn't make. I had to start showing people on both sides. When I'm not doing anything at all, there's somebody trying to control me. When I'm actually putting my own intellectual thoughts into something, hard work, blood, sweat, and tears, and trying to start something up, it's still somebody there trying to control it. And something is wrong with it. What? The truth coming out, our country is only free surrounding the influences at hand. You know what I mean? How are you free? And everything you do, everything you even do or have was influenced by somebody else. You're not living free yet. I wanted to be able to say the day I started smoking cigarettes, it was because I wanted to try a cigarette. I don't want to be telling people I was influenced by Jackie, Jill, and John. And it's the same thing. If I quit smoking cigarettes, I want it to be because I wanted to stop. I'm just trying to give y'all a different perception here. Like, everybody is not trying to be controlled by influences, but you do have a lot of people trying to fight to be that influence, if that makes sense. Like, they want to be the first one in line. Yeah, I'm the one helped that person quit. Okay. I'm the one told that person to get the camps off the streets. You know, everybody's just looking for, they don't care about being a leader no more, long as they're the top influencer. I'm asking y'all, what's more powerful, the influence or the leader? I'm going to ask it one more time. What's more powerful, the influencer or the leader? The leader is just the one that called the shots. But who's influencing him? Who's influencing you? Who's influencing me? You want to tell us to drink responsibly and do other influences responsibly. I'm going to do the same thing with all influences concerning my life. Because, you know, every influence is not a good one. My life is one of those that proves it. Like, how people gave you so much advice. They told you so many things. And it led you to where? That's why I don't play about influence no more. I don't know what it's going to take other people to see that. It shouldn't take you saying, okay, well, I trusted all these influences and then I ended up in the ditch homeless. So now I don't trust influence anymore. I think it's very purposeful still. Though that can be something to cry about, it's actually very purposeful too. Like, it teaches a person, don't be so easily moved by influence. And that's fine for us commoners and low class people to learn. But what about those in power? With all, I mean, because you can be powerful all day long. It's like, keep your power to yourself. Use your power to help empower you. Empower your country. Empower your land. Somehow the internet slowly turned the world into a battlefield of influence. Influence, I've been trying to tell people, that's not something you can pretend about. It's always going to show. If you positively or negatively influence somebody, that's not something you can cover up. You clearly told somebody to stay with an abusive man and look what happened to him. Or you told somebody to get away from him. Either way, you tried to influence their decision. You could just let a person learn on their own. But no, you got everybody in line trying to be, they want to be the one whose name is written on the paper at the end of the day saying that they were the one influenced you to do something. And it's stupid. Did you know that type of stuff is causing people to end up homeless? They said money rules the world. I think it's influence. You're not able to influence somebody if you ain't got the right amount of money in your pocket, right? But that's what helped me to see that they don't want to vote in or follow nobody that they cannot influence. I'm sorry. So the next time you see those pages and channels and even businesses that might not have much going on for themselves, it could be that too. Don't nobody want to sit there and follow a place, a company, a thing that they not going to have no say-so at all in what's being done once that person is in leadership. It's easy to see that. That's why people like, oh, how y'all feel now? How y'all feel now? Y'all voted this person in and the person is doing totally opposite of what you thought they were going to be doing. That's a prime example that that person didn't do nothing but use your influence. They needed your influence for the vote. They don't need you no more for their power. Your influence, you being a regular common American citizen saying, hey, Trump, I think you should change this. You think your influence means anything? I actually think God is very wise for that. Like, where are the people we can raise up that can't be easily influenced? Even though the people might not see why that's important yet, I'm already be working on it because I'm God Almighty. What's another way you can tell the person was influenced if you knew that person, like you knew them like the back of your hand, bro, and then they suddenly acting different. They were influenced somewhere. You were yourself. You knew that person knew you. It wasn't no wrong you could do. That person loved you till the wheels fall off, right? Then suddenly that person that person is like, I'm just telling you, influence is something you can always see. You like, what do you think you're doing? I'm just supposed to think, oh, this person's different. They got a new perception. If I really love that person, I'm going to respect that. I got to let you become who you want to become. Let you have your own thoughts and do what you want to do too. It's your life. But don't think I missed the influence part. You can tell what influence has been around somebody depending on how they start to, it just shows. So I was just wondering what influence is surrounding the White House and Donald J. Trump right now? Just the Republicans? Now people want to be shocked. Oh God, they're sending police and military soldiers out there to the homeless communities to help fight crime. It really hurts my heart to see that because they know damn well that ain't where the crime is initiated. It's crime in white collar places, blue collar places, anywhere you can think of. That's why crime rates are what they are. Crime has never been limited or reserved for low poverty stricken areas, low income areas. That is so stupid. Another thing that showed people influence, like, I don't know, that's why certain knowledge was only reserved for certain people. For example, you as a teacher, you wouldn't go out there and shed knowledge every day to every single person, everything you learned in college. So now they know exactly how you're equipped and what tools you use for your job, but you got too many of those. We just thought we would never see it. Not teachers, I'll just use them for an example, but you do have a lot of people with certain positions of power. I guess that power they have is supposed to stay at work, but it make them think, no, I'm this powerful over people outside too. No, that's your position at work, sweetheart. It's like exposing the narcissist in people. Your power's at work. Your power's in your home. Stop trying to force that on other people that don't have nothing to do with you. We're all American citizens, so yeah, all influences that's on Trump's shoulders affect all of us. I didn't even get to come yet and talk about what this crazy stuff that we're seeing on the news about Texas too. Like, when have you heard of the Dems literally leaving the state Like, that's crazy. People running. They not running from their jobs, but they running from the corruption. It's like, how much more are we gonna have to see? That's just one state. And if people have to stand up in that way, leave them alone. You can't tell them they got to sit at a job, a workplace, and literally be a part of the corruption. Because we all know what happens with that. You get caught, you go into jail with everybody else. So they don't have to sit there and be a part of the corruption. Then if a person just sit there in it, it doesn't mean that they're okay with the corruption. I would say it got to be a little something more. Usually when there's corruption, that's how they go. They're trying to put a hold on everybody in the place. They want to control everybody in the community, everybody in the surrounding areas. What's wrong with people? It shows, like, if they feel like they don't control you, they try to study it down to the max. And you studying them like, damn, did this person know the Constitution? You don't control me. You wouldn't want to just control anybody. So it all goes back to influence and power and leadership, right? The whole time you was just trying to be the leader of your own ship. It is called leadership. Why do y'all think that word ship is at the end of it? Leadership is never just a leader leading themselves. I mean, it might be for a little while, but it's called leadership because it's a whole ship that person pulling behind them. And I just pray really that it's not a negative prayer to pray, but sometimes I pray things like, because people quick to use certain tools or things and use them against others. But sometimes I pray things like, I hope those same tools are used to humble some of these people. Because you thought you having a pen in your hand and a checkbook and a soda bottle, whatever tool you use, even if it was one of your body parts, I hope it's used back against you. People quick to go, quick to draw the sharpest sword until they know what that sharp sword feel like. They just go choose a tool that they know for sure in their minds is going to work on you, right? So, yeah, I mean, it can make me temporarily angry. You come and tell me, yeah, this person used this big, huge tool on you. Oh, that's fine. That gives me more of a prayer point. Thank you for the information. Dear God, whatever tool, even if I don't have all the knowledge and resources and money to know about their tools, whatever tools they're using, God, let them feel the wrath of their own tools then. Because I don't remember signing contracts telling people they can use foreign tools on me just to try to influence me. And people still don't find influence powerful. You still don't believe? Well, you will make it TV. We're going to get people to believe it. If not today, eventually. And maybe that shows why you were trying to use tools on a person. You already know what they stand for, don't stand for, when they are the leader of their leadership. And what's wrong with a person leading their own life? Leading, L-E-A-D, not living yet, leading it, just leading it. It scares people. Well, if they lead their own life, other people might think they can do it. Well, now you're exposed for trying to influence people so much. We have enough ads, commercials, TV, movies, music. You have enough. Like, what other tools do you need? If you ask me, they have more than enough to influence people already. You got food, you got ingredients in food, you got drink. All we do is make the choices, but the influence is in the ad that you watch, the commercial that you watch. That's the influence. Oh, they had LeBron James on that Sprite commercial, so now I want a Sprite. Otherwise, they wouldn't put him in the commercials. They know people love LeBron James. Get out of here. Oh, no. Let me not call it love. They know the influence that surrounds LeBron James. Oh, he's connected to the NBA. He's connected to the Raptors. I'm just naming a random team or whatever. But they know the influence. You know what I'm saying? Before it's about the money, it's about the influence. Oh, that person influences, boom. That's why God gonna show them with my life. I don't just influence humans or just women or just men. It's never been like that. Influence is a real power. I done had cats, dogs. It was animals migrated towards me at the zoo. They was on the other side of the field. The animal wants to come over there closer to the gate where I am. I don't find it coincidence at all. There's nothing wrong with influence when it's positive. And then it shouldn't be used to hurt people. I'm not saying nothing that we don't know, but who wants to hear that? That's exactly why I'm probably not first choice. People don't want to hear that. No, we love influence. We can influence. It's called peer pressure. That's another form of influence. Y'all know how school just started? Is you not talking about it does not mean your child not talking to you about somebody secretly trying to influence them the wrong way. They should have somebody to talk to about it, but you got a whole community of people out here working to stop people from standing up for their own right to influence, whether they reject it or accept it. That's an ill motive right there. You want to influence them. No, you shouldn't wear that. Any relationship I was ever in and a man told me that, it didn't go well. And it's not because I'm a narcissist. It's because I understand my rights as an influencer. I don't put on what I wear to influence anybody else, not even a man I'm with. If I want to be comfortable with no makeup and a messy bun, and you said I should dress better because you're the pastor of a church, and that's not how a first lady should dress, we probably would bump heads. Because if they're coming to have their soul saved, why is me having on a pair of sweats and a messy bun and t-shirt at church a problem? If I come to the club in a pair of sweats, trust me, it's probably because I wanted to. But then it confused people because now you turn around and put on a button-down t-shirt and a tie and some dress slack socks and stuff. They like, well, you must be out to influence. What do you got, an interview? We're saying it all week on this stream, on this Week-Athon mania of homeless topics. You cannot look at what a person have on. I'm sick of people with it. They want to say it everywhere else. Don't judge a book by its cover. But they're still doing it, guys. Even me being a publisher is so crazy how it like ties into life. Now, they'll tell you that about a book. Don't judge it by the cover. That's what taught me to start turning the book around and reading some insight on the book before I judge it by the cover. I might even open it and flip the first 3 pages. It usually has some type of intro or something you can read about what you're about to read. The reason I said don't judge a book by its cover, because what makes the book is actually the intel, the actual contents of the book. Not just the cover, not just the first 3 pages, not just the back of it, the information you get on the back of a book. What's always made a book, the last time I checked, a book, a magazine, a pamphlet, a brochure, is the contents that's inside of it. If it's just a cover, that's all you would be paying for. Come on now. If it's just a cover of an album, that's all you'd be paying for. A pretty picture of Taylor Swift. I thought she was a good example right now because I heard she got some new music coming for her soon, but nobody just paid. If they want to just pay for a poster of Taylor Swift, they're going to go pay for that. And then they have that to judge all day. But how dare you judge a Taylor Swift album and you didn't even listen to the contents that were within. Within a book, within an album, within anything you read. That's why they say that. You don't judge the book by its cover. Oh, this homeless person's outside. Poor homeless person, they must have did that to themselves. You know what you just did when you told yourself that? You just told yourself. You just judged that person by the cover. When YouTubers show you guys every day, they go out there and do social experiments. Not everybody out there is out there. Like some of them is totally on purpose just to see your reaction too. Because they're still a part of the communities that's trying to help people to see how this is wrong. How it's been wrong for a long time. I want to shout out my daughters because, see, people will only try to show the bad lights of your life. That's another form of judging a book by its cover. I don't care. But I'm shouting out my girls and sending some positive energy to them. We were just talking about that yesterday. I said, y'all notice how mommy don't just nag about the negative things you do. I try to be that type of mom that, even with multiple kids, I want to compliment you and congratulate you. Like, if I feel like I ain't congratulated you or complimented you in a while, there's something we both need to be working on. Your whole life shouldn't be me nagging and picking out what you have done negative in your life, because that's not the kind of person I'm choosing to be. But I remember we were at a store. A man was struggling to get out of his car. We did not judge him by the cover because the car was actually really nice. And then when he got out the car, he locked everything. He was trying to get a basket so he can go in and shop. And I forgot what it was. I think we seen him come in and out and everything. And then the man needed help or something putting the grocery. He didn't even ask. It was just crazy. But I remember the girls offered to help him. An older disabled gentleman. They offered to help him. Children, y'all. Children. I'm not saying that I didn't have a heart to, but I had a little baby myself, kids I'm trying to get out of it. So it just, I'm not going to say it didn't cross my mind, but it was almost like they spoke what I was already thinking. They already could feel something. Just know they end up getting blessed that day. That's why you don't judge a book by the cover too. Once again, like I said, his car was like nice, I guess, like that type of things. You don't just judge that. He still got out of the car though with a whole disability. Yeah, you're driving a Porsche, you're driving a Bentley, you're driving this, but how is your health, right? You don't judge a book by its cover. So the girl's offering to help that old man that day. He ended up blessing him. I can't make this up. God, you are my witness. He blessed them girls with $100 that day. Not each, but did he hand it to me, baby, or did he hand it to y'all? How did we do it? He was just make sure they get them something nice. Period. He said, young lady, do you know kids don't even do that no more? It's been a long time since I've seen a child open a door for somebody. Like out in a public establishment type of deal, out in public like that. I just let him voice his opinion in that moment, right? I needed to hear it too. What you mean? Like, and he walks around with a disability every day. We never saw that man again, actually. Maybe I could have. I ain't finna put all my business out here. The man like, hey, really, maybe I do need to tell that part. He ended up even offering me a job before I walked away. So you was just going to judge a person by a disability, them not having a foot, them not having a leg or arm. You going to just judge them like that? Because this man I'm talking about, not only did he bless the girls with $100, he didn't ask for their help, for offering to help him after they helped him put the groceries in his trunk. He turned around. Do you need a job? To the mama. You can't tell me that your children can't be they want to, your kid, people think they gonna use your kids or something attached to you to curse you. You can't do that. I've seen God's power too. Where just because them kids was with you that day, they got blessed, and you almost had a job. If I wanted it. He was just saying, you know what I'm saying? You come work on my ranch. This was years ago. I always got work on my ranch, a whole different type of work I had never did before. Who knows what I would have learned out there? Probably how to garden and grow some plants and deal with some animals. It's just something that I didn't take advantage of it at that time, but I thought it was really nice for him to extend, because just like we didn't know what he was going through, he didn't know what I'm going through. But you can kind of know a little bit what a mom might be going through, because we've all had a mom. Not everybody, I know that, but most people know what a mom is. I wouldn't say, that's what I'm tired of. People saying, don't try to make it like our kids are a disability. That's what they've been getting away with. Since when is you having children a disability, bro? If anything, history taught us that it taught us exactly how people saw the kids. That's why I had lots of them. I wouldn't say they did it on purpose, but back then it was encouraged more. People believed in it more. And that one thing that says be fruitful and multiply, that one scripture, you know what I mean? Like, people actually believed in that. They had as many kids as they wanted to. And they would be married too. And they understood the value, not in this sick value that people are trying to turn kids into. They believed in the value of teaching all those little babies y'all just had a skill that they can help around with in the family business. I'm so tired of homelessness being a cycle in anybody's life. Once that person tell you, yeah, my mom was homeless, my grandma was homeless, something ain't right with that. Because like my next question would be like, and let me guess, and you're homeless? A person that they was homeless, their daddy was homeless, their grandpa was homeless, something not right with that. I don't care. You can't pay me to believe otherwise. And these is whole different generations. To me, it could look like they just making decisions that sparking homelessness. But if it's been there for 3 generations and one bloodline like that, yeah, I'm just on a level you can't pay me to believe that that's just coincidence. Nobody ever thought to look into why all 3 generations keep becoming homeless. They said it's because y'all are not thinking. You don't want to come out of the poverty. See, they're not gonna say that about all of us. Now, when somebody's actually fighting to do that, to change those statistics, to change those cycles, not just in their family, they said, "Oh, I'm trying to break a family curse." You got to be more specific. Let them know. Yep, my cousin did this. Johnny did this. Eric did it. So for that reason alone, I don't want to. They don't want you out here saying it. It don't even have to be family. Curses go a long way anywhere. And I'm just saying, homelessness to me, that's a whole curse. Anything that's preventable and somebody just trying to keep you going through something, that's a curse to me. Now, I didn't go Google the technical definition of curse real quick, but I'm saying things that resemble it. This is a whole avoidable situation. AVOID. Avoidable. Avoidable. You staying out of jail. Avoidable. You being hungry. Avoidable. You being homeless. Come on, y'all, help me with some more examples. To me, there are just like avoidable things in modern day society that should be avoidable. We're talking modern day society. All this technology, all this knowledge, all these medicines, all this modern day, and you want things to still be unavoidable? It is the age of knowledge. You don't have to be an alien, nobody special or gifted to understand and see that either. Let them call you whatever. Anything that's unheard of, they give it a strange name. Anyway, y'all know that, right? Or they gonna name it what they want to. Instead of just naming it right, like, give it a name then. That's everything don't have a name, that's avoidable too, until you give it one. And we all know nobody chose their name, did they? When we get older though, you can begin to choose what you answer to. They don't like people knowing that. They shout out some crazy stuff. They wonder why you ain't really taking the bite. Like, oh, I didn't know that ain't what I know my name is. It's funny when coming out of who is you directing that to? Oh, that's the homeless lady. I might not even pay you no attention. It's called ignore you. The thing is, we have to pay something to give attention. That's why it's pay attention. It's so many actions and things that go with paying attention. It take your eye work, your mind work. When you ignore something, it actually don't take much. It do. People make you work just to ignore them. It gets this petty when it was that evil. Now, nobody ever said we fight evil with pettiness. I know that. But to ignore somebody has never been petty to me. It's a whole choice of action. You pay attention. It's going to make you like, it's going to take something from you. That's what paying for something is. You pay attention. It's going to take a little bit. So we got to watch what we have. A lot of us can't even afford to pay attention to some of the things they want us to pay attention. And they be putting so much money attention about it. And ads and commercials, that's a risk they took. You put your money in it. But you want to talk about what everybody else putting their money in. You mad because they're starting to fail? You putting all this money into billboards and stuff. Ain't nobody even looking at this stuff no more. Most people skip the ad. That's why it's a ad. That's why it's a whole option. She can have some. That's why it's a whole. There's more fresher ones under here. We pay attention. Ignoring is free. You learned that at You Will Make It TV today. Ignoring might take a little work, but it really doesn't have to. Like you, you coexist with what you have to. Ignore the rest. For real. Because nobody should be sitting there paying so much just to steal attention from you. Whether it's stealing it from you directly or stealing you, the unconscious act. The unconscious act of stealing somebody's attention because that person might not even been right. Like if you wake up out of a dream. If you wake up out of a dream, you were forced to just pay attention to something. Somebody just woke you up, or an alarm wake you up. What else can wake you up? I'm trying to give examples. If you just wake up out of a whole slumber, you kind of force that person to pay attention in that moment. You just hit them and said, hey, get up for school. Not like hit them like that, but you get them up. You got to shove them a little bit, whatever you had to do. Or the alarm starts beeping. That's the kind of paying attention that, you were unconscious. You weren't even fully conscious as they were demanding your attention. You just said, wake up, wash your face, it's time for school. That person ain't fully woke yet. But you did put the effort in to kind of trying to force them, get their attention. It's time to get up. That's what alarms were created to do. That's what alarms, horns. The thing beeped over there as I'm talking about this. Why is she pushing buttons? Yeah, those things were created to kind of like a notification. Like you got to pay attention. Ignoring people though, that takes like zero. You don't have to pay anything. You can be a poor person and ignore people. Literally, you think they don't have to in those homeless shelters? It's people would try to pick a fight with you. I don't know what y'all thought it's like in those places. And I'm not here to complain. I think if anything, as soon as I get the resources and money to help contribute to places like this and make them better, I'm gonna be one of those people doing it. I'm gonna be too busy doing it. Y'all gonna see what I feel. But right now, how they all are, how they've been, you might have to ignore some things. You already got enough on your plate. You're homeless. And they think you got time to be sitting here paying attention to what everybody got to say and do and what. Now, some things I will pay attention if they say, hey, somebody's stealing milk out of the refrigerators. Don't put y'all milk in there. That's something you're supposed to pay attention to. Now I know. Because when you live in more of a open community, y'all know what an open community is. As some of the college kids that stand in dorm rooms, stuff. It's like much maybe everybody use the same living room or certain common areas because y'all pretty much all live together. You do have your private section. That's another thing. Homelessness not fun because you don't have any privacy, but I'm here to encourage. She all right. I'm here to encourage those. Don't worry if you're homeless and think you don't have any privacy. It's people with whole homes is still fighting for peace and quote unquote privacy. I've actually seen homeless people with peace on them. Do not think I'm the first person walked around through some type of trials, tribulations, and struggle and had peace or fought for peace. I'm not the first person. I'm not even finna try to take a credit like that. Because I know it was people I saw when they were going through certain things just seemed to have a peace on them. They didn't even speak a word. I came to them and spoke a word like, sister, brother, I don't know what you're going through, but I see the peace of God on you. You know what I mean? Like, can I get a peace? Like that. P-I-E. And I don't mean in a way like I'm trying to steal your peace from you. That's where they would be happy to talk to you like, I didn't even know nobody noticed. They sitting over there in peace. I'm like, yeah, you never know who's watching. You know what I mean? That's why you want to be a positive influence. It could be 10,000 people trying to stop you, but them three, you help 3 people get a little further. You know what I mean? 3 people in the audience. I don't know. I feel like it's time we show that more. I don't know what kind of stand do we need to take. That's crazy, bro. You see people creating communities for themselves and the homeless outside, and you want to go take that too. Because you don't want them, you feel like they don't deserve to be able to sit around together in tents. I don't know. I'm just saying, who chooses that? Who chooses that? And you're steady trying to, well, it must be the crime surrounding them. Actually, I'm kind of happy to see what Trump and them are doing. It's just, it'd be weird if we only see them deploy them to D.C. Because really, who are the main victims? Like, where do y'all be getting all these victims? That's right. Clear them up. Clear them out. Help the victims, though. Don't just throw their tents and stuff away. That's all I'm saying. Don't just throw the victims away. Like, actually help them. But other than that, yeah, clear the homeless communities out then. Clear the tent communities out. Send the police out there. Send them to the shelters too. Because obviously this must be the new main target. The homeless. They're the new main targets. Who's going to ask about them, right? Who's going to double check to see if their family made it through? That's why sometimes I volunteer call people and let them know. I think it bothers people that I don't call who they think I should call, just to quote unquote check in. But I'm sorry, through certain barriers, it's okay to call somebody. And I hope a few of the homeless come across my stream. While you out there, even if it's a caseworker, an old nurse or doctor you had, because they might not have many people to check in with. Come on, bro, they're homeless. If they had people to check in with, they wouldn't be out there. Now, I'm encouraging the homeless, it don't hurt to keep, not like tabs where you got to tell a person your whole business every second, but make sure you're calling back. Look back sometimes, call, hey, such and such. Some many people done got surprise calls is from me. It wasn't even a requirement for me to call back. And they're like, well, why are you calling? Hey, Mr. Daniels, it's me, Miss Whitney. How you doing, Miss Whitney? Actually, that's what I'm calling you about. I'm doing better. Or, hey, I might not be doing better, but I'm stable. And I just, you know what? I thought it would be nice to call somebody and let them check in, let them know that one family, we're okay. Every day is another tally mark. Every day I make it as okay on my calendar. I'm going to go ahead and check that box and give God credit. Give God credit first, and I'm going to give myself credit. You can hang up on me if you want to. Like, oh, that's all you called for? That's it. Just let you know I'm still around the way. It actually make people smile. They ain't going to tell y'all. They're like, this lady crazy. I thought you had went so independent and off the chart. No, I know that it's still important to let somebody check in, let somebody know I'm all right. Because, you might not be. I told somebody before, it's funny how the Bible says something about a stranger in, what did it say? A stranger in a strange land. I never thought I would know what that means. But I don't mind being it. What you mean? What do you think a homeless person feels like in their own country? A stranger in their own land? Now, they just went from a house to having their tent thrown in the trash. In their own land, in their own country. But try being a stranger in a strange land, like what some of those prophets were talking about. You know what I mean? Why? Because you were forced to another land, or you ended up going there, you got stuck like the prodigal son. Let nobody tell him to go out there. That's another thing. Y'all gonna stop speaking on people, kids. The prodigal son is a whole real prophetic story some of us respect. And God allowed that story to happen. That man, the prodigal son's father, was a fervent man in the Lord. A lot of these prophets, their parents were somebody. See, King David had a father. I don't know. Just know everything starts somewhere. So what I was saying is, for those that don't know what the prodigal son was about, I advise you to go check that. It's not a bad time in modern day society to go read into that story. You don't have to be religious. They're called parables. You'll listen to inspirational quote or any other quote Maya Angelou or somebody great did before. You can go read a parable anywhere. It's a motivational story or of some sort. Of you know what they call a short? Where do you think they got it from? It ain't never took really a full book to tell a story. Some people, you tell a story in one paragraph. It's up to them people if they catch on in that one paragraph. Yeah, because the prodigal son, the reason I'm bringing him up in our weekly marathon homeless topics is because this was a young man who chose to go to the streets, okay? He didn't want to live the Bible religious way at home, working on the farm, doing what his brothers and dad and grandpa and them had always did. He said, Dad, why we can't never go to the city? Because the dad said when they turn a certain age, they would all get some money for their inheritance. I think I'm going to do the same thing with my kids. I don't care what they trying to have me wait on. I'm going to build something for myself. Even if that's a goal I want to have, I'm going to build something for myself. And then once they all turn a certain age, because that's what the prodigal son's dad did, they all get a certain amount of their inheritance. Now, one of the brothers, he did a smart thing. He just stayed on the farm with his dad and kind of let his inheritance build up. He's like, I'm going to save mine a little bit. I'm not finna go make no stupid investments. We just got our, but the other brother, when it was his turn, he get his gold. That story actually funny to me because I can understand it a lot. I really feel like I can understand and relate to that. You know what I mean? Even if I'm not a religious person. But he takes his inheritance and he like, I'm going to the city. His dad's like, son, no, wait, please don't do that. You already know it's dangerous out there. That ain't what we do. He said those girls, those gypsy dancers and witches and city people are going to eat you alive, son. Don't do that. But his son still snuck out and he went out into the city. Don't y'all know the first week he got to this city, they really was already laughing at him because, see, one thing about the kids, it's just I'm at a strange age where I can see it even though I'm somebody's child. Like, I'm at a strange age where I can see that. Like, the kid don't always understand for a long time. It don't matter where you go, sweetie. People are going to know whose daughter you are. People are going to know whose son you are. So the prodigal son didn't quite understand that. He wasn't in his latter 20s and 30s yet. He's 18. His dad just gave him a bag of gold. What would you do at that age? But see, it made the dad feel a type of way, kind of depressed. That's where the big brother was kind of getting mad at his little brother. Like, man, father's been good to us. What are you doing? You're acting stupid. You're going out here. I got to sit here and watch him cry and be depressed every time you walk out the door. And that's just somehow the feeling of the siblings. You know what I mean? And when it comes to a family unit. Okay. So they already knew whose son he was. Little did the prodigal son know. They know exactly whose son you are. They might not know how much gold you have in your bag. That's the thing. They didn't know until he starts showboating. He like, where can I get the beers and the brews? Where are the dancers at tonight? Because y'all know they had that type of stuff in the streets even back then. Back then, they didn't call them homeless. They called them beggars. I actually feel like that's even worse. Like, they just call them beggars. Okay? And there was no Cash App, PayPal. We all know that. And they already had a term like beggar for certain poverty-stricken people. Back then, it wasn't even called like mental health. They would say that man's gone mad. If you had some type of strange disease, that's why God allowed Job to go through it. He was that man known to sit out in front of the gate and beg. And while he had a whole stricken disease too. No, a disease actually, because, they'll try to say you got a disease that people shouldn't come around you and touch you. And I don't think that's funny because there actually are diseases like that. They're so contagious that if you even walk past them and they sneeze on you, you got what they got. So I don't think those type of rumors are funny at all. Anyways, it's just childish because there's really Bible stories that taught us this. Like, yeah, some of my own prophets, God showed people turn their back on them because they had stuff like leprosy, boils on their skin, have to throw a whole king suffer from this too. Like, how many life lessons in this earth do God have to show us? His name started with an N. What was that king's name? Nahum? Was it Nahum? Pretty much, y'all. He was a king that had a disease so bad he couldn't wear one pair of clothes more than once. Does that make sense? Just imagine a disease like that. Like if somebody wear your clothes, imagine having a disease so bad your clothes have to be burnt after you take them off. Y'all ain't doing nothing or showing us nothing here in America. Or any modern day country on earth right now. You're not showing us nothing when we are. Some of us believe those stories actually happen. Imagine having everything you want, everything you could possibly want. You're a king, but not only is your health deteriorating, you have one of the worst conditions you can have, which is some type of skin disorder that if you don't throw your clothes away, everybody around you will be sick. You do have some evil people, I feel like, are trying to bring plagues like that back. They think it's a game. The thing about a plague is once it gets out of control in one area or place or spot, it's bad for everybody. That's why who in their right mind would go outside of a mad scientist or a mad person, period, go up and go conjure up some sickness that just takes everybody out. That is so stupid. That a person like that, definitely. I thought I'd never say what, because I'm not God, but a person like that, they deserve the death penalty. Why would you go cook up a recipe of a disease that's gonna hurt everybody? You know what I mean? Like, where do you get that idea? How evil do you have to be, or what did you go through that you said I'm gonna go mix up some stuff, not to make a recipe or to feed somebody, to actually start a disease? That's weird. I got off topic a little bit. Back to that about the prodigal son. Y'all finna see how this ties into our weekly marathon of homelessness. Everything I state is my commentary, reactions, and opinion to real life news, real life things that are happening across the globe. And I should have known the heart of me for homeless people was going to rise up after so much. Maybe this is what they're trying to do. Like, just trigger some of us. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. But the prodigal son, back to what I was saying, they already knew. If y'all don't think that's a powerful part of this story, I've never really heard preachers and teachers tell it like this. Uh, Priest or nobody, they never say that part. People be knowing who your kids are before the kids learn that. It's just something you be trying to teach your kids. That's what goes back to that family respect. Whether a person respects your whole uncommon, it's very unheard of that you respect only one person out of a person's whole family. Usually, if they don't respect the family, they don't respect nobody in it. That's why some of us were taught that. That shouldn't just apply to men. Anybody that'll talk to they used to say that they like, depending on how a man treats his mother, you need to pay attention to that. It's an old school parable. You know what I mean? But I say that applies to women too. How they treat the people that literally were the first people that knew them. You know what I'm saying? So the prodigal son kind of exposed himself. I wouldn't say they just fully start disrespecting his father and his brother. Wanted to go in the streets and act crazy. Actually, shout out to that pastor. He know who he is. It's been years now. I told y'all I'm that type of person though. I will call back to a place and let them know I'm all right. Let them know I remember them because it means something to me. But he told me, he said, whatever he saw in me, he told me I remind him of the prodigal son. I'm a whole woman. So you have to take that in a spiritual sense on another level. Like, yeah, as far as the running from things that don't serve me, he just ran because he felt like what his family already had prepared for him didn't serve him. I don't know fully what the prodigal son was going through, but I know that any of us can be, that's the whole reason people end up homeless, bro. They're running from what? Then what are you hiding from? If you're homeless, you're outside. Everybody can see you. So y'all gonna quit saying homeless people. I'm saying it ain't impossible that they could be running from something. That's just not a big popular topic, is it? Running from what? A dinosaur? A ghost? Let's keep going. What are they running from? You running from your own home? What's going on in it? That's what people have always thought about runaways. Where they just don't say nothing else. When you're an adult and you quote unquote run away, they actually have no words for it. The prodigal son was pretty much of age. That's why he received his inheritance, so he can go do what he want to do. And back then, they didn't make their kids leave the farmland, the land they had, the homes and stuff they already had. I'm trying to tell y'all, that spirit does exist. It showed us with Noah's son and the prodigal father's son, and I can name some other ones in and out the Bible. It has never mattered it mattered, but I'm just saying, when have the whole family dynasty respect been taken over what one child chose to go do? You better understand how things work. If they get of age and want to go do what they want to go do, okay, well, that's just that. Now, what happened to him when he got to the city? Long story short, just know what we call finesse, because to be robbed is one thing, to just give it out is another. But to be finesse, it's a whole another level. It's an embarrassing thing for anybody to say about themselves. We all probably been finessed a time or two. Though people want to sit up on pedestals like, no, I've never been finessed. I've never been bamboozled. I've never been confused. They not fooling me. You might not tell me the stories about it, but I know just about everybody in America for sure. You've been bamboozled a time or two. I wouldn't care if it was in a relationship, in a store. I don't know where you was when it happened. Maybe you were so bamboozled, you still believe that you've never been bamboozled. That's crazy. I'm not one of those that believe that. I never have, just because I always let bygones be bygones. That don't mean I don't know when I wasn't bamboozled, because come here, boo-boo. Even the prodigal son, even he seen where he was bamboozled. If he hadn't caught on, he probably wouldn't have been able to get himself out of there in time. You want to go to the big city and see the big city. I know how that is with some of God's children. Let's be honest. That's how I know for sure the homeless is not just the devil children. Who out here trying to preach that and make them look that way? I know the homeless is be God children too. Sometimes just in a pit stop finding a way, because I guess you can technically say Moses was homeless too for a while then. None of that would none of that would ever humiliate me when I know I'm doing a service for God. Not saying that God is just gonna ask somebody to go out there and be homeless. I'm just saying, when you're on that path and journey of people trying to use, because Moses went from the whole palace. Who leave a palace? That's funny. They didn't come on the side of the road or the mountains or the deserts and say, Moses, what you doing out here? They couldn't ask him that. That's what I'm saying with certain people, kids, and who they related to. Like you want to be like everybody else. Like, oh, I'm just going to go make my own decisions. It's too late, sweetie. People already know who daughter you are. They also know whose son you are. They know whose cousin. They know who you related to. Y'all be thinking people lost in the sauce. How can they be? And whole social media exists too. People playing stupid out here. Like I'm being honest. I'm just talking honest. I'm not trying to step on any toes. If me personally, as quiet as I be about everything I know that some of y'all is related, and y'all don't even know I know y'all related. It ain't my business, is it? But that's just like the way of life. Actually, bloodlines used to be very respectable. You knew the Whitney bloodline, the Jones bloodline, the White bloodline. It ain't till that started getting scrambled up like a skillet of eggs. When that started happening, that's where you got people confused about who is who and who belongs to who and stuff. It's not. It's just stupid. And you have a new homeless crisis on top of it. See, I know there's still countries and lands. It's bloodlines are actually very greatly respected. Who you belong to matters to the people. That's what I'm saying. Even who you make a child with matters to the people. That's how much discipline they have. Actually, they have terms about what bloodlines can mix and which ones can't. It wasn't until you told people, yeah, go date who y'all want to. Everybody love is for everybody. Just do what you want to do. Now, people don't even know what they don't know where they come from no more. I mean, it's weird. But you telling them go get a home. Even when they in that home, do they know who they are? exactly what I mean when I say humanitarian and social social services activists. Are we really trying to help people with social skills? A part of social skills is knowing who you are. And I think that's very interesting. I just never got to come do it, speak on it as a topic. I still find it interesting. Like all the times in history, which wasn't that long ago in America either. I don't care. Even if you were a slave, somebody knew who daughter you was or whose son you was. Oh, you belong over there to that plantation. Oh, you with that family. Oh, you're Jenny's girl. That's how they say it. You know what I'm saying? That's Jack's son. That's Jack's boy. He had with in an outside marriage with Miranda. I'm just saying you never just heard of people trying to erase where people came from until you have all this identity stupid stuff going on. And I know the identity stuff ain't new. It's just people they knew who they're I'm telling you, even if they didn't hang out with everybody every day, everybody knew who Noah's sons was because Noah was known. I'm sorry. So yeah, everybody gonna know if Noah's son, one of them jump off the ledge and start acting crazy while his dad is building the ark, everybody was gonna know about it. This ain't new. Them be some of the most well known. What is a celebrity? When you are a when your reputation is literally a son or daughter of God. Everybody you're attached to, people gonna know about it. But they wonder, why do people of God seem to always walk alone? I mean, it ain't to try to erase everybody they know. How can you do that? That's stupid. Everybody gonna know already who knew you or who saw you. Their work is not about that. What you mean? You want a popsicle? Come here. No popsicles? I'm shocked. You want to I have ice cream cones. I got some more ice cream cones. You want an ice cream? Can you unlock it for her? She doesn't know how to do the password. But yeah, I think that maybe that's people problem though. I'm sorry, they don't change for nobody. You always knew that's Jack's boy, Jenny's daughter type of deal. Not just, oh, that's just a homeless person. Who knows who that homeless person is or who they belong to? That's just like a sick way to think. If your child matter, that homeless child matter. And yeah, that's somebody's child. And watch out now, they might be a child of God's child. What you mean? Family is always matter to God. Homely life, uh, pretty much the inheritance, all that stuff that's tied to it. Because why do you think I brought up the prodigal son story? That was just a son that chose and be. I don't want to call it stupid. I look how God still used purpose out of that man's son's story, even though he chose to go be an idiot. God, like, oh, because you my child, God was just laughing. You ain't bothering me. You worrying your dad though. He's getting a little worried and disturbed because everything he put in them 18 years to teach you about his faith and his relationship in God, that was the first thing you thought to do when you turned 18. So yeah, you probably got your dad a little worried. And God ain't gonna be worried about you like that. You my child. What you mean? That's why God was maybe that man's relationship. We talk a lot about the prodigal son, but I'm talking about the father. Do we ever ask ourselves how much his faith was strengthened? Not when his son returned home, but while his son was out there. That's what you call loyalty. Another act of God's faith and loyalty right there in this story. Like his son wasn't even at home. The other son was. He loved them both the same. They both got their inheritance when they turned a certain age. He just chose to take his horse and bag of gold straight to the city where all the criminals are. He went out there to the city. They stayed on the side of the mountaintop. They had their own land. He just didn't understand how his dad had already been blessed. His dad is a blessed. What do we think blessed was? Because if you look at what some of those prophets were blessed with, your own land is a big deal, even today. I wouldn't care if it's only 24 kilometers, the side of the road, wherever they land was, it was theirs. I read the same thing about Job's story, Moses' story. Moses is actually extended land later. You know what I'm saying? He started his own family, but I'm just saying he didn't have to leave the palace. You notice that? That's why the scriptures say that I have never seen the righteous forsaken nor his seed beg for bread. What is this new thing going on where we're supposed to believe everybody out there did something evil to deserve to be out there? And then you got a problem with the people that's out there helping them. Missions have always been a thing. People, they didn't have to be of God either. Just people that want to go take a little extra of what they have been blessed with. They ain't got to give it to a church. They go right on the side of the road and buy 20 hamburgers for the homeless. In DC, let me ask y'all, do y'all think that's even allowed right now? That's why that's hurting my feelings. I have to do a topic about this. Like, not look up years later when I'm 70 talking about, yeah, I remember those days when that happened and I didn't do nothing. At least I can say I got down and I spoke about it back then. But my question was, if you take a bag of burgers with your money and want to go feed the homeless right now in DC while the military is deployed with the police out there, will you get pulled over? Might you receive a citation for trying to feed the homeless while they're out there trying to clean it up? Because maybe it has to be put in their face. You know, do what you need to do on the legal side of law. That's like, can we go to the detention centers and bring food and clothes? Who says scraps and be scared out of their minds just because they're waiting to go back home? Can we go bring some things to help these people? Because they're humans like we are. Or if we go to a foreign land, would we want to be handled a certain way? But yeah, in the Bible, it's referenced to as a stranger in a strange land. I made somebody laugh the last time I referenced myself feeling that way. Anywhere that's strange to me, that's what it feels like to me. If it's a new place, is that Bubble Guppies? Yeah, anywhere you go and you're not familiar with that place, I'm sorry. You wasn't raised in that place, you don't know that place like the back of your hand, like you know your home. That's a strange land. They be trying to make it like the Bible is talking in a way they can't understand. What is not to understand about that? A stranger in a strange land. If you still don't understand it, think about a homeless person, because nobody's ever said you're just homeless in the same place you grew up. And at that point, it is kind of embarrassing. It's humiliating. You, the same people you went to school with, had a job with once upon a time, had a career with when you used to have drinks out at the bar with. They're seeing you on the corner begging. And trust me, people know this is real. And I never did understand it, especially when it's a person you knew. Like, how did we all grow up in the same community and now Ben is over there homeless? I just always did look at life. That's why they said she was always quiet. Quiet is not always associated with sneaky, though people try to affiliate the two with one another. I say don't overlook it though. Yeah, a person too quiet is sus. Don't get me wrong. It could be sus in some instances, but are they an observer? Are they a watcher? And when they speak, what are they saying? I wouldn't care if they was quiet for 2 years. What you mean? How does that mean they just been somewhere being sneaky, bro? Because trust me, the homeless, they've never had much of a voice. And now they're sneaky, that we need the police to go. I don't think it's per se they're calling the police on a homeless. I think they have caught on to something when it comes to people trying to use those areas of poverty and impoverishment, and it's bad enough. It's bad enough. Who you got going out there using those? Who work in those areas and field of work? Yeah, we'll have us a great target. We'll have us a great targets. They're homeless anyway. Yeah, I heard her say she don't even have no family. Oh, ladies, by the way, that's the worst thing you could say in this country to anybody. Don't tell nobody, oh yeah, I'm just here alone. I just stay alone. I don't visit anybody. Even if you don't say nothing, people be watching already. Like, this person seemed to go, they don't go visit nowhere on holidays. They spend time with themselves. Uh, oh yeah, because people say family not important. Okay, watch this. If a person watching you. You still don't even speak on it and just be like, oh, I don't have no family, right? And they just watching you. They'll think they know if you do or not. You shouldn't even have people watching you to watch that. Like, but you want us to think family not important. Plus, you're watching me probably for some motive you have so you can feed your own. I don't think so. I wouldn't care if you see me in just my children. Oh, sweetie, I have a family. My grandkids just ain't made it here yet. My probably my son ain't had yet. He not here yet. So I have a family. If I and as a woman, you have the ability to create a family at any given time. They like, yeah, we knew that, but y'all should be able to afford it. Well, as long as you control whether I can afford my family or not, you feel like you can control being able to say that. What I can afford or not now, because the family, that's inevitable. Families and bloodlines have been here for how long? Once again, you can only try to control the narratives that surround that. You're already trying to break the families up so they can't go back and trace back what happened 20 years later. Thank God for our memories, right? Our consciousness. I ain't got to forget nobody. I don't care what you tell them about. Just for the record, that's how some of us think. Like, you thought, oh, they haven't talked in 20 years. They must hate each other. You can't never make me hate. You can't never put a wedge that big to make me hate somebody I never hated. I can hate a choice they made. I can hate a direction they went. Just like the prodigal son asked that father, go read that story and see if he hated his son when his son returned home. You idiots. The first thing he did is wrap his arms around his son. He had a big blanket. Come on in, son, from the cold. You feel me? Come on and sit down. He got all the maids. Y'all get in that kitchen and start cooking. My son's back home. Because, a feast back then represent a celebration, okay? And some cultures, it still do. That's one of the first things people gonna do when they happy about something. Get to cooking up a bunch of food, fill the table up with it. That's what I read he did with his son. They wish it said he told him, son, you went to town and spent all your inheritance and you came back broken and you gave our family a bad name. That's not what the prodigal son's father was known for doing. Though him saying that, he would have been telling facts. You did do that, son. You done went and make the family look like what? Going out here, spending all your inheritance money, and now we're going to have to resave for the next 12 years. But he said, don't worry about it. That can be worked back. We'll build that back. That's just money. I'm just happy that you're alive. I'm happy that you're still in your right mind. Son, oh my God, are you okay? What did them people do to you out there? Though he know his son had probably been through some stuff, boy. He did try to tell him, don't go out there. What is you trying to run to? You do have kids like that sometimes, though. It's just like, I want to see what else is out there. When you try to, what's that called? Shelter them too much. Okay? You keep on. They already got a blanket. You go in there every night trying to put 3 blankets on that kid and put locks and make sure they're just secure. Every lock I can think of, push something in front of the door, everything. I want you safe in here. Sometimes with some kids, though, you're going to do nothing but push them to want to see what is it you're trying to keep them so far away from. And I wouldn't say that mean a kid got a mental health. I'm going to go see oh no, I'm still a vessel of God. What did you think? I'm still a vessel of God. But see, I feel like sometimes I'm put in the shoes of things that prophets actually went through. I don't feel like I've been the first one to be actually tested in the same way that some of these prophets were tested either. I feel like it's people going through this more than we know. They just thought you supposed to have a certain suffering or test. I never seen in the book of Psalms where David stopped praying. That's what I will tell you. Psalms is a well-known book all over the world today. Not the Holy Bible, Psalms itself. The history of David himself. There are still some people who highly respect and look up to it, even when they're the Psalms. But we're not going to go into that. Just know, had it never been a book to begin with, we wouldn't have that to reference to. It's still a very famous published book. And no part in there through what this man is going through do I see him saying, yep, then it wouldn't be no Psalms. It wouldn't be a Psalms book of songs and poetry and prayers that a person wrote to God while they were enduring certain sufferings of what you want to call inequality or this or that. Yeah, David went through it too. They want some of us to say, yeah, you all alone. Now what? That's why that's why I'm laughing. Like, you do know people have gone through everything you try to put me through the test about and more and more. And they made it out all right. It's the reason this is called You Will Make It TV. Because you thought the actions of others that surround a person was supposed to be the all in all after effect for that person's life. Yep. Noah himself wasn't exempt from this. He already had enough to do every day. He's outside building this art that, he's trying to build. Okay, so just imagine, y'all think his family problems went away just because he's building an ark outside? Maybe your wife came and questioned you some days. Noah, you sure doing this? You're starting to worry me too. They be thinking because of who they are to you, what they said to you about what God told you to do is about to matter. Ask Moses. It didn't matter to him too. His brother like, now Moses, you starting to scare us. You talking like we've never heard you talk before. You have a whole palace right here, brother. What are you talking about? You coming in here talking about we need to treat the slaves better. His brother laughed at him. Moses wasn't no better than none of us. I'm not taking away from his story. I'm actually comparing us to Moses. He was a man of truth. He wanted the truth. Just like the prodigal son, he wanted the truth. Like I said, I don't look at him as just hard-headed or a son that disobeyed his dad and was being unruly. It actually ended up being purposeful. It taught him something. His own experience taught him he needed to go out there and challenge what his dad was telling him about staying safe at home. Don't try to go give the city your whole inheritance. He didn't have to teach him nothing. By the time his son made it back home, he had already learned the lesson. Yeah, people want to be the teacher. Like God is need help with what he does with his children. Yeah, they want to teach your children, but try to come in their house and teach theirs. Try to come in their house and teach theirs. If that's a people that you don't even fully understand correctly, if you teaching them, you're just gonna be teaching them your way and get mad that they don't catch on. They don't understand why their DNA is the way it is, or why they dream the things they dream and have vision. Something you probably don't understand because you're not even from that culture. What I'm saying is homelessness is in every culture. Go to any part of the planet right now, you're gonna find a homeless community. Is it because you had a lot of prodigal sons who ran away from home and didn't want to do what the family said? Some of these stories they'll tell you they knew the family rules before they left. Some you just have those type of kids, like they ask like rules and they want to learn hard. Like why is it these rules then? Why we can't go see the world? Why are you telling us to stay away from the worldly things? The reason I'm speaking on it so much, I guess I can full blown admit I was one of those too, man. Like after so long, homely just seemed like, what is it? I want to see what's out there. And they was trying to tell you, sweetie, don't rush it. You're gonna be 18 one day. If it make anybody proud to hear me say it later, because it means something to me. More than what people thought. And it was outside that taught me. I don't want no homeless person being out there being ashamed. Don't let a person make you feel ashamed about that. Because it goes back deeper and further than what they are even willing to talk about today. That's why. That's one thing for you to try to, no, don't help them. Because I wonder if I go to DC right now trying to pass out burgers to the homeless, what's going to happen? You got police out there watching everybody. They would say probably, you're going against what we're trying to do. And then they probably throw me in jail. I'm just trying to help people with burgers and resources. Even when they have homes, my segments and stuff was never just for the homeless or low income. That's the thing. They saw that she's trying to build something that can help everybody. And what's wrong with that? Why can only see? I told y'all I was that child. I will ask questions. All the devil can do is turn that switch part of off of your brain, because they say it was causing problems. You know what? She's causing problems. She's asking questions. That ain't even you doing nothing yet. A question is you is a question. But in some communities and families, y'all, people really probably be going through that. They don't want you asking questions. Not only that part, okay, ask the questions, but you might not like the answer you give. You want to control the question. I wasn't like that now. I'm going to tell y'all right now. I'm never going to, if anything, I expect you to tell me the truth. It's a question, right? Tell me the closest to the truth you can get. Let's do that. And don't get offended at the question. You can ask me why I want to know. Sometimes they feel like they already know. Like, why your mind on that? Yeah, if I wanted to start a bank, my own bank, what would I need to do? They say that's a foolish question. You don't ask that. You definitely don't ask it homeless or in a low income poverty situation. You don't ask those type of questions, Miss Whitney. You just live and do what everybody else is doing. Things could get dangerous for you. You're asking questions. No. What is our world turning into then? If I gotta sit here and witness it, then I need to know what's going on. We can't ask questions. Now, if a person want to go out there and start a donation drive for the homeless in DC, because we don't fully really know what's going on, we just think that's unfortunate for all the homeless communities. They've been doing it too, and they put it on the news. I was wondering why you news people found that news. What are you doing about it after you report it? You got there, you got your microphone and your camera talking about, yeah, they just swept up 10 tents. Okay, and then what? What are we supposed to do with that information, bro? And since you want to put it on the news, where are those people then? You just showed the part that they threw all their stuff away. We, the people, are asking, where's those people that were staying right there? Where they at? Are they okay? Did they ever get housing? Did you lead them to a homeless community shelter? What was it? Were they just waiting on the ID? You'll be surprised why some people staying in the tent. Literally, bro. They like, oh, I'm just waiting on a new ID and a new social security card. And you like, that's it? They couldn't give you a bed until you do that? You didn't do nothing wrong. You fell hard on your hard times. I know, because I want to speak on every level of it. Some say if you pay your bills late, you don't deserve a house too. I already know they be talking about it. But with my history, I'm going to use myself for an example because I don't want the homeless to be ashamed of anything. Paying your bills late and not paying them at all is two different things. But you got so many people quick to push them out there. That's why I said you got your money out of the news story. Now go finish the news story. Where them people at? Where them people at every time it's a flood? Every time it's a forest fire and people are displaced out of their homes, where did they go? Every time it's a tsunami, disaster, weather disaster, you telling us it's a weather disaster? You'll cover the weather disaster. It seems like you care more about the weather disaster than the people. You're going to be right there with the news and microphone talking about the weather disaster. Talking about, you might interview a few two people. Yeah, we lost our homes and our dogs. And then you don't hear nothing else about it. Like, what is happening to the people that are displaced from their homes, whether it's a natural disaster that caused it or some other unexpected disaster they may have went through? That is so stupid. Every period that you sit there and stop or halt or block a whole opportunity for a homeless person, you do know you're only making that crisis worse. But then you get on the news saying, oh, we're NBC and everybody. We care. All these homeless tents are being thrown away. Like, what are y'all doing about it? You okay? You better slow down. How's she gonna drink a juice and be running 10 miles an hour? What are you doing, honey? Come on. Bring that Mickey Mouse in here. Get your Mickey Mouse. You still choking? Come here. Come here. Look, she'll stop for a second. You done? Now you just coughing. Come on in here. Come on. Get your Mickey Mouse. Get Mickey, get Minnie, and let's go. Yep, get your blanket too. Here, get Mickey. Go coughing over here. Go coughing over here. You okay? No more Capri. What was that? A Capri Sun? I got her own baby juices. Those right there, I think even come out too fast. Like then she running too. No more Capri Suns for the baby. These are her juices. Literally turn my camera on. I thought I had muted while I was talking, but I can turn my camera on and show y'all. She have her own. They're just like shorter straws and they're like juice boxes. If you give a toddler Capri Sun, they don't know what they're doing with that yet. Cause those straws, I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like they're coming out too fast or something. Hey, put that back up there on the couch. Put it back up there. Oh yeah, but now I see what they're talking about though. The news is kind of messy. You want to tell one part of the story. Okay, you showed us the tents and they're sweeping up the tents and they're making the homeless communities get off the side of the road with their fentanyl and drugs and their unwanted presences. But now where are they? Where are they now? Just the people that was homeless last year, where they at? The people that were homeless the year before. The people that were homeless during the pandemic. Hell, the people that were homeless in the 90s, some of them I can talk to y'all about. They're okay. They didn't end up staying on the streets for the rest of their life. And some of them, they're not here anymore. And somebody mentioned that a lot of those people out there be whole veterans. They served the country before. You thought they were just, and really, I don't know how to look at Americans no more. I saw that. It's whole elderly people out there homeless. Don't try to tell somebody to pick up on your influence off the internet somewhere and you got a whole elderly person in your family. I wouldn't care if it's an uncle, aunt, or whatever. They out there on the streets, and then if you ask them, how's that person doing? They don't know. It's getting crazy out here. The news know. The news know. They know that they just threw their tents away, and it's just stupid, bro. What if they changed it and everybody who had a homeless, I bet you things would get back right with families real quick if they had to pay the penalties too every time one of their people outside homeless. They'll be doing a whole lot more to help their people, wouldn't it? It is so dumb to sit there. Well, it's our family member, but he never wants to get a job, so he's always homeless. First of all, go all the way back. When that person was 18, were they kicked out? Were they in jail? What kind of plan did they have going into their life? That's number one. Because even that prodigal son story, y'all can look down on the prophets all you want. They had sense. That's why his kids got their own inheritance at the age of 18. He handed it to them. It wasn't just no, all right, well, good luck out there. And like I said, sometimes it's them parents pushing them out there too soon. Some of them, the kids run away too soon. It don't matter how you look at it. Why is it going on? If things were so purposeful and perfect the way they said that their system is. Every time you look up somebody being pushed out the nest before they even ready. Somebody trying to force them out of it. That's weird, bro. That person ain't even 18 yet. Why are you trying to force them out the nest? Miss Whitney, they don't have no proof of that. They got proof of me going off, getting on the kids' butt when I need to, but you ain't never heard me tell one of my kids to get out of the house at the ages they at. They can give their opinion all day long. I want to go stay somewhere else. I don't like it here. I don't like your rules. I want to go. That's all you can do. You ain't finna trick me into saying, get out. So you can say the mother put her out. So they had to change it to, cause now what do you do? Cause it's a whole lot of that going on too. Just go talk to more foster homes. These adoption centers say the families that come there, when they come there to look at kids, they don't even look at the teens no more. On some weird stuff. It's a very weird statistic. So then, instead of calling it weird, I just did some more research. Well, why is it that people really are not adopting the teens as much out of the system? They said because it's like by the time they teens, this all they gave us, really. They said by the time they teens, they done had so many burdens and they're all damaged, and you're okay with that? I would say trying to help a person as a teen is still saving them rather than trying to turn around and tell them what to do at 30, 40, after 25. Then you look at them and say it's their fault that they on the streets. You can't even give an excuse yet about why people won't adopt teens out the system. I know some of them do. And if they do, what's happening to them? Do you follow up with their stories? Talking about they run away from the adoption homes. I just don't believe it. Talking about they be running away. And we're just supposed to accept that. Y'all want to talk about everything else your tax dollars pay for? Did you forget about those foster kids out there in the world? Or things that don't matter? How people ended up on the street, stupid. What help did they have before 18 was even here? And why are you writing them off so fast right at 18? Like you don't control them no more. It's clearly a whole list of manipulation tactics and other stuff you can use on a grown person, a young person, talking about you don't control them no more because they 18. We all know, especially with technology here now, there are ways to control people if you're really trying to do that. It's just sad what's coming to the light. The number one business, the number one thing people are into, still trying to hide it. Right now, just like I'm saying, how are you changing the future of homelessness crisis if you don't care about what the youth are going through right now? Don't you know the youth is the future grown people? Okay? Won't they need to know a little bit about budgeting, housing, credit, things that kids actually should be learning? Because, like, I don't know about with the prodigal son, but I know he did teach them the proper things, not like tell them what to do with their inheritance when they got it, but he had already been teaching them. That's why he had proof of it with another son. That other son wasn't acting nothing like that other rebellious one was. You can call it rebellious, I guess, but it ain't rebellious no more. Thank God Moses was rebellious. It saved a whole body of people out of bondage who had been praying to get out of bondage. If you think they just had them out there working in the sun, you're wrong. What else was they doing to the people? Think God went through all of that and rose Moses up and all they was doing was whipping them in the sun, having them build pyramids? I don't think so. Those were, once a person owns you like that, you don't know what they're doing to their family. That's why I talk about Britney Spears a lot. When what she was fighting for, okay? And they all always play stupid. Like, oh, I'm just that's why when her kids got grown, that boy, what's his name? He ain't getting that money no more for child support for them kids. I bet she couldn't wait till those kids turn 18. Just like anybody that pay child support, but it's the reason I'm bringing it up. All that many people was eating off of you, and you the one went out there and did the work on stage, putting all the choreography together. You became Britney Spears. That's the pop star. They always find a creative way to put the pop star over there. She's not popping no more, but you still eating and living off of that person's benefits. Like, how many disabled people and mental health people and it's going through that outside on the streets? I had never looked at it that way. I was like everybody else. I just thought they were out there, right? Okay. Yeah, where they Social Security cards and IDs? Why it's so hard for them to quote unquote get documents just because they're homeless? Bro, they're still a human being. Like, you go to the Social Security office like everybody else. You get on the computer, order your birth certificate. You know, what is that supposed to stop? Because you're homeless. Oh, actually, the more it stops a lot, the more you can try to keep them deeper into the cycle. I can speak for the homeless. You being out there 3 months, 3 months with no documentation is dangerous as hell. You already ain't got a weapon, a gun, or nothing to protect yourself while you out there, right? You might not have a set of wheels to transport yourself from place to place. So now you're in more danger. Hopefully a car don't hit you while you're trying to cross the street. Are you even going to get your case seriously taken care of? Probably not. You were homeless when you got hit by the car. That's a person that might get away with it. Hey, beautiful. What are you doing? What? What did you call me, girl?
Hi, little butt.
You're the little butt.
Hi, little butt.
Get Mickey Mouse out of there.
No.
Yeah, get him out of there.
No.
We're still starting Dream World's channel too soon. That's why I really have been encouraging you guys to hit that subscribe button. And it's okay. Like, it's okay. For those that don't find us, like, I just have a big feeling once the kids' talents are showcased too. Because that's another thing people didn't know when you're homeless. You're hiding that. You're hiding the real potential of a person. What the hell? Get out of there, Boom. How people gonna know that's a great singer, a great artist, a great mechanic, and he's sleeping outside? See, some influencers, they're meant to influence the people they do. So others, they're supposed to be outside with it. Think I can't influence and positively impact somebody outside that's on the streets? It ain't always about all the likes you can get right here on the internet or from other global countries. One thing about it, it was already going to be on a global level. Anything I put my all into, because most of the things that I care about are already on a global level. I'm sorry, homelessness has never just been in America. Why wouldn't a person from another country want to sit and hear somebody else's ideas or their theories about? Come on, bro. You can't control everything, bro. Why wouldn't they want to sit and hear about that? Everybody cares about that. If you want to control American influences surrounding that, have at it. That's just one country, though. I just said there's homelessness in every place on the globe. The real sad part about it, like what Gaza going through right now. And it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to sit there and see people, know people is out there hungry and their kids are starving to death. A baby probably died last night. But they're like, that's not our issues, Miss Whitney. Don't think too much about it. Yeah, it's our issues if it's happening here too. And they actually have been investigating it, what's been going on. I hope I read that right. Like something about it wasn't organized. Like it wasn't organized. It would pretty much anything that's not organized, it's going to get out of hand. Then you got people fighting for it and killing each other for it. There was no organization. Then when there's organization, you already got 10 people in line trying to be the president's best friend. So what they want as happens too. It's weird. Like, oh, I'm going to stand over here. I want to be her friend now. Of course you do. I have influence. I might be a leader of my own ship. But when I need influence, we'll hire it where it's needed. We wouldn't just want any influence, would we? I would want them to be free thinkers, but not in a way where they're just freely thinking for themselves and trying to tell me what to do. That's not the type of influence I would want surrounding me as a leader at any given time. Okay, that's why I said his prophets went through it. The devil always do that. He want to use somebody close to you. Job's own wife told him that he got closer in his relationship to God. That's just surrounding influences. You want to control, God loves me, or God is willing to break his back for me or break somebody else's back. Why wouldn't you want to be close trying to tell me what to do? You can't control the God that surrounds me with this leadership. So now you want to see how you can get in people's that person has influence. We'll just get in over there. Surely we can control 10,000. That's weird to even think like that. I hope y'all get my point. Boom, get out of there, mama. I don't know. People think that's not possible. The homeless can be the new best thing smoking. Really, it's all about influence. People been out here living more independent. They done found so many creative ways to live quote unquote off grid. Those people don't sound too crazy after all. I say you're not off grid though if you still got phones and internet and Wi-Fi in your mobile home. You're not off grid. You can still be found. They be getting they probably be having secret devices, still thinking they're off grid. Oh, this is a prepaid phone. You're still not off grid. Prepaid phones is still a form of technology. You're off grid when you're using an old fashioned map, because that's how people used to have to get around, maps and compasses. They did not have any GPS maps where 10,000 people can literally follow you if they want to. All they got to do is, I don't know what they be doing, but they somehow can find your location through that. How are you living off grid? You're close. But when you throw that phone in the ocean and you truly living off grid, off the land, building your own stuff with no cell phone, then you living off grid. Some people say with the way that society is today, you really can't live without a phone. Do y'all think that's true? Let's see. That's interesting. I was just reading something here. I was just reading something real quick. I got a little distracted. But yeah, how are you off grid and you still have all these things that are still connected to the grid? I even know I'm not off grid. I was just saying I always respected those. They don't seem so crazy anymore. I never said they was crazy. But they did get those opinions at first. They was like, I hate how people are trying to normalize living independently. They'll see if what they were saying was so right. It's more the ones live in groups all the time, act like they have to just to survive. Concern. It's easier to believe a group is probably somewhere doing something. You like, no, that person must be suspicious. Woo, woo, woo. Like, come on, bro. A person with money, without money at that, that's a strange theory. That a person very, very low income is doing everything. That don't even add up. At some point, they would have more income. Ain't they doing a bunch of crimes? Like, come on, bro. That's why you can't complain sometimes. Your little bit you got gonna prove a lot one day. Your only little bit you had that you took the best care of that you could. It's gonna say a lot one day. That you chose to take the lower road or just the basic minimal road, even when it didn't feel good. Like, because you feel like you should have the luxuries and comforts. Keep holding it over your head. Like, look, we got Gucci. It's like, what is supposed to be my response to that, bro? Any homeless person's response. Not saying I'm homeless at this time, guys. Please do not misquote me. It still don't make me better than the next person. It's some people still think I don't have enough just because their house has 7 bedrooms compared to my 2 bedrooms. They would say that I'm really not trying to live life. How dare basic things, basic minimal things. That's all she needs to make her happy. I better get used to it. Look at what's happening in the country these days, ladies and gentlemen. You're telling people to go to work. You need to send those military people and people jobs. Then why are so many people quitting and have to settle for? They said they barely paying their bills with 2 and 3 jobs. There's a problem with that. It's time you start looking in these workplaces. Period. Send the National Guard in there, sweetie, because it looks like it's already that severe. Send them in there and try to do a documentary. You news people, that's an idea for you guys. Do a documentary on what toxic workplaces really look like. You do better recording these places and they don't know you're doing it. Because why would they act how they really act knowing that you watching them? Yeah, put them right there in the top CEO's offices from now on. All the managers, no, they don't want to police them. It starts to look a certain way. Yeah, look at what they got going on. Why so many people uncomfortable at work, but you want to record them at home when they stress? Everybody's supposed to come home happy after a long day of work, right? They finna get paid Friday. But you want to blame their stresses just on home? HOME? Well, you need to send people to look at that too. Why are so many people's homes compromised, but they have jobs? Come on, bro. They have whole jobs. Soon as dad walked through the door, he's stressed as hell. Whatever happened at work, he already got his coronas ready. But you said people happy at work. They're not trying to implement people feeling appreciated at work a little bit. One lady was talking about it on TikTok. She said all they get as appreciation is like lunch. It'd be like pizza, or she said that's it. And then they actually be watching. She said she felt like in her workplace they were watching the reaction, like, oh, y'all not happy about your sloshkis this month. You had a good month. With the sales were through the roof. And we're supposed we're you thought at the meeting at the end they was gonna be saying, all right, everybody get a $2 raise today. No, that's it. Just sloshkis. A cup of coffee, free donuts for everybody. Now y'all go be happy. Go be happy little puppies. Don't say nothing now. You know what we can do. We can fire you. You don't like what we pay you, we'll replace you. Somebody needs to work. All that too, they're supposed to be like, they really been playing with people work rights. I don't even want to get started with that, but you can't talk about homelessness without talking about that. If the work rights wasn't being played with, people would have more money to pay their bills. You thought you was gonna put the camera on one person and say, see, look what they be doing with their money. Since when was I the main face of the whole black community? Somebody need to tell me something. Or who, that's my question. Who is the main face for the black community then, since they're playing this game? Who is the main face for the Hispanic community? Who is the main face for the Asian community? Who's the main face for the Arab community? Who's the main face for the Ethiopians? Oh, I forgot. The presidents. Not the people. Ain't nobody ever stood up and said, this is our main face, and anything she doing, yep, that's what we all doing. If you're going to make me the main face of something, you better, trust me, there's other options. There has to be other options. I'm supposed to be the main face of what black people do negatively. Yeah, we put this person, and when her face is up here, yep, this is pretty much the main face of the black single mother. Maybe I earned that honor. Who knows? But you better tell the whole story. You know?
Here.
Like, yeah, this is what her type do.
Here, Mommy.
I kept trying to tell people too. Anybody that can be anything that can be done to anybody, 9 times out of 10 can be done to others. Throw it over here. Just throw it to me. Morgan, will you grab that for baby from her? I said for her. Grab it from her and hand it to me. Thank you, sweetheart. Like, yeah, y'all, all we got to do is get everybody to look that way. That's the face of the black community. Who, me? Miss Arthur, Tedder, Sherry, Whitney? Have y'all even read any of my books? I don't mind, but you had other women pioneers did greater things than me as black women. You could have made the face of black women. Why would we just look at one person today? Just to have something to, like, what, tickle your flesh about? It's weird that just don't sleep on the homeless. It's people out there obviously find them worthy, not worthless, worthy of them being a part of their sick empire of making money off the homeless. Maybe that's a part. You cannot say that Trump, we have seen him calling different measures in different places concerning these things. How many people you had sitting back making money off the homeless? Because you know, if it ain't no homeless, it ain't no homeless organization jobs or homeless companies, homeless advocates. They wouldn't even be out here because then there would be no homeless, which means they wouldn't make any money. It's actually like they be trying to keep them there longer. Or it's weird. Try to create a situation where they can come back. Because really, do you belong to them anymore once you get true financial freedom? You wouldn't even be, they wouldn't even have any reason to know anything you're doing. As long as you needed help, they can say, well, I was helping that person. That's how I knew their business. I was helping that person. As long as you needed some help, right? So maybe that person went and prayed because I wouldn't want to play a game like that with people like, well, God, bless me too. I don't need nobody help. I didn't even mean being rich. If the help got to be like that, everybody everybody got to see the screenshot. Yep, I just hard to tell Sherry with $50. I bet you wasn't just anybody. But I ain't gonna even get on that topic. You wasn't just anybody. Most things I have records of, of everything I ever got a dollar or cent from because it wasn't many places. What you mean? It wouldn't be hard to track. That's what I'm saying with a homeless person. So if they're that invaluable or disgusting or unworthy, why would you need to watch them so much without helping them? Because you can keep better tabs on a person who needs help. Period. They need help. How can they stop you from keeping tabs on them? They need help with other things right now. Uh that's crazy when you weaponize help. I don't know if that's what they were trying to do, but it's weird on many levels. I don't want a person to actually like plan to need me. That's what I'm saying. Oh, I'll be all right with this. As a fallback plan, I'll just call that person. Because it wasn't okay for us to do it. Yeah, they don't want you to have a plan B, C, D. They trying to scratch them all off the list. And then get mad when you find another avenue as if the word creation is a joke. Is a JOKE. It might take a lot of intellectual work and at the same time show people who you really are. But when it come down to it, you create opportunities for yourself before you let yourself fall by the wayside. That's why they always got something to say about every new opportunity you happen to create for yourself. You creating for other people. Oh, don't donate. Don't look over there. Don't. Ask them when the last time they went and gave burgers to the homeless. Burgers, fries, a pamphlet, a word of advice. Because it ain't got to be the people on the streets either. You can see somebody in your apartment complex when they struggling. I don't care what nobody say. You can see that in your neighborhood. You seen Bill ain't went to work all week. His car must been broke down. Both of y'all been staying on the same block for 12 years. I've already seen this with people, bro. Don't try to backtrack me to, no, gaslight, blacklist, any of that. It's all got to do with black and white, don't it? Blacklist, gaslight. Don't try to do none of that to me. That's why Kanye West said, all of the lights, flashing lights, cop lights, this light. Every time I turn around, you want me to look at every other type of light. It wasn't gonna be nothing but that real, genuine, authentic light that was gonna bring some of us out. Do you know how what some people been through? Wasn't no artificial light gonna do it. You already tried that. I tried the gas light, bro. It wasn't gonna work. They tried to blacklist me. It wasn't gonna work. I need the real light in my life. The world is getting very dark, bro. Like that's all I'm trying to say in so many words. They like, who needed you to come and announce that? I don't know. You never know who will come across it in here. But do know some of us are talking about it. The world is darker than ever. You expect our kids to see that on the news? Maybe kids wouldn't care about it right now, really. But really, as a kid, I did watch the news. And you didn't see that. You didn't see like tents being thrown in the trash, being swept off. That's how much safer, I guess, communities used to be, actually. Some say they used to could leave their door unlocked and go to sleep. I don't know how long ago that was. It wasn't that long ago. I don't care. I don't care if you have money. You never had to live that life. The ones that did, well, they've already told us. There used to be a time they said they could actually. It just wasn't a big deal. Like, of course, you don't just go to sleep with your door unlocked. But if you happen to, you know what I'm saying? Ain't wasn't nobody just gonna creep in. There's too many people on the block for that. It's too many people right there on the block. Saw it if you didn't. Betty, she sit on her porch to 2 in the morning. That's how safe it was back then. A older, elderly lady could sit on their porch all night long if they want to, with the door unlocked, whether they had a husband or not. I heard some of them be looking for signs of it. Like, we don't ever see a man's shoes outside. And with the Section 8, I know it was bad. I can speak on it. I never have at this time been a Section 8 recipient, but I saw how they tried to weaponize that too against women. And she's supposed to go to jail if you see a pair of man's shoes at her doorstep because he's not on the lease. I heard about it. How the men had to go suddenly go hide their clothes. Like, if you had a man cologne or anything sitting out when your caseworker came over back in the 70s and 80s when housing first came out, I heard they was real stupid with that, bro. Maybe they wanted to tell people, well, the man should go get his own housing, and that's where the truth came out. Like, y'all really ain't never really just had programs for single fathers or just for the men. A man fall on a hard time, he got to go to the most rundown shelter in town. I really feel bad for some of these people because you know it ain't their fault. How is their fault? And you barely had resources for the men. You did that on purpose. You make resources specifically for the women. Oh, women and children, women and children. And somebody's getting arrested if they see a man around. Like, when did the country become this? That's crazy. If you're going to weaponize one person's life and say any man they might be around could be suspect, you better look at every man with these women with kids. Period. Because we supposed to be focused on paying the bills and making money, but you're actually admitting that we need to watch that too. Why would we just watch that with the men we're with? Predators, they're everywhere. They just keep trying to put this on it seems like an attack on the whole family life. I know it's not new, but the whole family unit. Okay? We know if a kid is just raised around their dad, it's way of a lesser chance of all these predator stories and kids and women, bro. I always thought that was such. So you mean to tell me the dads, they probably be far to some of these mothers. They probably do. That's why they far. So you don't suspect they have anything to do with it. With your brokenness after they have fell apart as a family unit. Brokenness is never something you could hide. You're going to see the cracks. You're going to see all the damage. And that's just one thing. Any family without the father in the family unit, you already know that's a more broken family, bro. So why would you try to break them some more? Start commending more single fathers and single mothers when you see them. What's wrong with you? They already a broken family. Don't you see them standing there single with their kids? Talking about we trying to hide the brokenness. You can never hide being single. I'm sorry. Make it make sense, bro. That's a clear sign of brokenness, family brokenness. Damn, where's the dad? Where's the mom? Where's the grandma? They don't want to ask those questions. They just automatically, single family unit, no dad, we got a victim. Single family unit, the mom seems like she has dementia. We got us one. I'm not letting nobody do that to me. Not easily. because that's stupid. And systematically, I can prove that it's been going on in cycles in some of these families' lives. Then don't slow down enough to actually observe the cycle. You might actually see it. Like I knew that was strange. He end up hit by a car. She end up hit by a car. And you want us to think that's coincidence in one family? It's coincidence? Or is it a curse or what is it? I know it's a cycle for sure. You sit me down in controlled environment, we can talk about it. You the one put it out here and told people cycles are real. Oh, the homelessness, it's a cycle. What do you mean? Why is it a cycle? A cycle to who? Oh, okay. Only the families that go through it. You gotta throw something strange for a piece of change, huh? Just to stay out of it. there's no other fix, huh? No, but that's how we felt too. That's why we just joined this. We didn't want to be on the streets homeless. Join what? Why don't you send those National Guard to people jobs and see if they lying about those toxic work communities? Every time they go to work, it's a battle. Somebody already in there with a snake reptilian eyes waiting to dig their nails into your good energy, your good skills that you came to bring to the job every day. Who all is out there going through that? And don't say nothing. Now you're gonna be like that person. I guess that's what it's proven for too long. That's why people stay quiet. Their wife asked them how their day was. They don't want to see their wife stressed, so they just gonna tell her it was a good day. But we keep seeing stories on the news of dads losing it every day. The families that's working hard as hell to keep their family units together. Yep, I'm sorry. There's still stories on the news saying that these couples are taking each other out, or it'd be a red rum suicide type of deal, where the person take their life and the whole family's like. But you don't think you should go check into toxic work environments. You don't think you should check into toxic family cycles. Well, God's putting it on our face. Keep ignoring it if you want to, talking and blaming it on the family unit. I'm telling you, even the family units with two parents in there, because they say two heads is better than one, right? Yeah, they help with the income, all that good stuff in the house. You probably don't have so many predators around you now. You got the dad there, but what about those stories where, the dad takes the whole family's life? He was too stressed to talk to his wife about it. She just said he's the man. He should be working and that's it, and that's the rest of his life. He should be working, making sure her and those kids, no matter how old they get, have everything they need. You do have families out there that are striving to do that as I speak this segment right now, whether it's a single household or have two parents in it. But what kind of pressures are you putting on people, then put it on the news? They quick to throw something on the news. I'm sick of it. Throw the realities of generational cycles and curses on there too. How about you do a segment about that? Ain't no way something happened to Grandpa Dave, then it turned around and happened to Dad Dave, and now it's happening to the son. And so it's supposed to liable. The grandson is liable now. The fuck? And they just turning a blind eye and building up narratives so that ain't true. They done built so many narratives we can see the true story. It's so stupid. But we didn't think mental health had anything to do with people being homeless. You sitting up there playing with your neighbors, anything to do with their sanity. It wouldn't be no wonder to me if that person end up homeless. You should be in your own house, minding your business. Why are you worried about somebody's mental state? If people were really doing it, we wouldn't still be seeing stories on the news of unfortunate events in family homes. They weren't even on the streets yet. They weren't even on the streets, period. You do know when the caution tape goes up around crime scenes, it's usually at somebody's home, sometimes in public places, but let's be honest, it's always in a neighborhood, a home, a community. where they get on the news later. I had no idea what was. I thought they were good. They seemed to be a quiet, nice family. That's what they all say. The same thing. Don't ask me to come get it. When something happened around me, I never got on the news about it. Not yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, what did you think about that happened down the street? Don't ask me. Because when I say I didn't know what was going on, I'm probably telling the truth. I probably see it as a whole, like as a collective, but just know what's going on in everybody's house. No, I damn don't. And I'm not finna ever pretend I do. It's something wrong with people know everything going on in somebody's house. That they pay no bills. They make no contribution whatsoever, bro. But they know everything you doing in your house. But we wondering why it's news stories of families that didn't make it and now they sitting in tents outside. That's the insight of today's insightful topics. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, mental health has always been a contribution to homelessness. Don't you think a person is more in danger? They out there with bipolar schizophrenics sleeping in a tent? Huh? It's one thing, to be a sane person that can actually work your way through that situation. Literally, you out there with all this list of mental health they say you got, and you were supposed to make it through that scenario perfectly. It's like choose one. If you just slap a mental health diagnosis on every homeless person, what are you saying? Like, they didn't have sense enough to stay off the streets? I would say they got plenty of sense, especially if they made it off the streets and they were able to survive it. Because once again, where are those people? They never show the people getting on there like, hey, this is how I'm doing 5 years later. I know you had that of tents on the news 5 years ago. Yeah, I was one of those people in it. Hey, this how I'm doing today. Y'all don't want to know NBC? You was out there recording and taking pictures of them throwing our stuff away. Well, this is me. I'm Jenny. I'm 5 years later. I just want to get on the news and tell everybody, right. I was actually one of those tents where the bikes was and stuff. Not saying literally, but why don't we see these stories? You see what I'm saying? Because you're too busy trying to control the narrative of what every homeless person is and why they ended up out there. You trying to control it before they even out there. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. That person's homeless because they drink beer every day. Bro, it's working people drink beer every day. I'm tired of seeing people skate with what they do. Oh, they had a job. That's still not okay. The job shouldn't be stressing them so bad they need 5 Coronas every day to get out. Some of these women don't care. They buy their man the beer. As long as he keep going to work. Long as this man keep going to work, she don't care. She'll buy him 5 Coronas after work every day. But do you really love your husband? Like, you just destroying his liver like that and everything just so he can keep working so y'all bills paid. Talking about that's the way of the family union. At least we have a man in our house, but you feeding him beer with his dinner every night just so he can stay sane enough to return to that same job. You saying, no, we all right. My kids all right. They living a happy life at school. Half of y'all ain't asked y'all kids, is that the school they want to go to? Is that the educational plan that they would like for their life? You know why? Because they said the parents are always in charge. Some of these kids, like me, I had dreams and goals as a kid. I can tell y'all now. The only other thing you need to help with is, okay, which direction we going? How much we need? What other questions should have been asked? What direction we going? Like, what? Okay, you interested in skateboarding? Let's go see some skateboard. Like, people really could give people more of a head start if they really believe, oh, it ain't about you no more once your kids get here. That would mean why they don't have more of a say so then. You saying my whole life is supposed to be theirs now. I understand that. Don't judge the parents that give the kids a say so. That's their person that already put their life right there for them. They done gave up most of it. Not every mom can say that though. Not even every celebrity can say that, bro. That's why they still on stage and on tours more than they're at home with their kids. Some of them gonna say, "Oh no, our kids be with us on tour." No, I know y'all kids don't be with y'all every time you go on tour. But we supposed to be like that. I just think everybody should be grateful for the life that they have, and God does see you when you call yourself trying to make somebody envious of what you have. Envy is never a invoked emotion. Envy, a person gonna do that because they want to. You know something wrong with a person. They gotta add more sprinkle to it to get you to envy them. That's crazy. Envy is forced emotion. Envy always had to do with yourself. So that's like you saying that person put on that nice bathing suit and Barbie glasses and Barbie car because she wanted you to be jealous of her that day. Who gets dressed with that mindset? Who Most people, they always said fashion is a form of self expression. That's how I know envy is a personal problem. What you put on, what you do with your life at any given time is like your choice. Who you don't know who was gonna see you that day, or maybe you did know who you finna go around. That's why you put it on. That's why a lot of family units they're gonna tell you today they don't even do family gatherings no more. You mostly more hear it around Thanksgiving. People getting on TikTok every year talking about the same thing, talking about they not going to the family Thanksgiving cookout. Why do you see more people saying that? They not just saying it, they actually don't show up. Or they picking the ones they want to go hang with. Families have never been known to do that. The whole family usually get together on certain holidays, you know? And I just thought it was interesting that people say that it's because they see that. Like, anyways, envy is always a personal emotion. You cannot sit before a judge, anybody with sense, a judge, an officer, a lawyer, uh, and say, yeah, I did what I did because that person had a problem with trying to make me jealous every day. Just trust me, that narrative right there, that's very rare. And you can prove that a person was trying to do that because envy is a personal problem. You're going to look stupid trying to stand in front of somebody talking about somebody was trying to make you envy them. Some of us, we can say that because some people are that crazy. Like, you like you want me to envy you being on the road away from your kids every day because that's not my life. Yeah, you make more money than me, but what's your relationship with your kids in 20, 30 years? Or is your image paid for because you got the money for your image to be cleared up anytime too much get out, and I'm supposed to envy that? I can be a fan or I'm not a fan, but I know the real lives that come with some of these people that expected us to envy them. You gave up something. We get it. Like, yeah, now you probably more the provider for everybody in their family, but is you even at home a lot? You want to look at the people that's at home a lot and try to make their story look. Just look at what the devil attacked in your life. It's gonna show you where people. I know this is a strange comment to say. Okay, the devil is the devil. People acting in devilish ways is devilish ways. And yes, witchcraft is very real. We all know that. More has been coming out about that too. Um, if you look at like where you seem to be burdened the most in certain place of your life, like homelessness is just one of them that we were talking about, but mental health is a whole nother arena. That's a whole, to me, if they don't tell where people want to see you burden it, I wouldn't even care if it's people. If it's the devil himself, I would like to know about it. It's interesting to know. Like, oh, okay, so whatever your kingdom is and whatever you run and reign, you want to see me mentally burdened. See, that's how the beginning of generational breaking generational uh uh curses and cycles. That's usually how it starts. Somebody had a question. I cannot think of the name of that movie, y'all. It's a recent movie. I think it's like a horror with Holly Berry in it, and she had sons. Was it Holly Berry? I wish I can remember. I think it was Holly Berry. I forgot the name of that movie. I watched it recently. But even one of her sons, it's just a crazy movie. This one I can't even describe. Like, but it did take one of her sons asking, like, he asked his little brother in the middle of the night, like, bro, you don't think mom might be crazy a little bit? Just one question was all it took. Cause like even though it seemed like a weird question, had nobody questioned anything at all, they was gonna be stuck trapped in the spiritual mental dementia that their mother was suffering from. They were literally gonna be trapped in it if not one kid question. You see what I'm saying? They know questions are powerful. Questions are usually the lighter flick to the fire, okay? When it comes to breaking generational cycles and curses. Somebody asking a question, they don't like it. Why we always gotta eat grapes on Sundays? And they all give you that look like, how dare you ask that? You just eat them. Like, I don't want to be that in life. Not for a company, not for a family, not for anybody. I ask a question, you're triggered. But you say you're a teacher? You say you're a leader? That's why they do whole press conferences with the president himself. And certain people, they do press conferences like, they actually allow the people to ask questions. Maybe I should show up to more of those. I think you even got to have certain clearance just to be there. Trust me, I can find out because it does mean a lot to me. People be like, just don't respond. Why would I? You teach people what you want to. When somebody asks me a question, if I don't have the answer, I'm going to do the best I can to obtain the answer or give them close to what I think the answer would be. And of course, I wouldn't answer a child in the same way that I would answer an adult with certain questions. I'm sorry. Uh, you don't teach me over here, and you will make it TV that, well, you have a right to not answer a question, but I say I want answers. How would I get that kind of karma back if I say I want answers, but I'm withholding answering people questions? See, I actually understand life a lot more than people think. If I can't give somebody an answer to a question, why would I expect them to do that? Actually, I would be confused if I had been known to answer their questions. I would get a little confused if I've been known to answer your questions, but when I have one, something is wrong with you. Or when I have one, only certain of them can get answers, or just certain weird stuff start happening. I'm sorry. I'm gonna notice that. It actually helped me to see myself better. Like maybe you don't blend in places because you ask too many questions. So how can you say a person is hiding from themselves or hiding from anything at any moment when they one of the main ones be asking questions their whole life, no matter where they ever been? They teachers know they ask questions. They friends know they ask questions. They friends' parents know they ask questions. Um, every job know they ask questions. How did you learn to do your job the way you did your job? Come on, bro. If you're known to ask questions, right, and then people don't see you asking them no more, I guess only two things could be going on. You don't care about the answer anymore, or you found a new way to get your answers. And now all you can do is discredit the way that a person is going to get their answers. You didn't want to answer them. That's too close to slavery. My next topic surrounding, because we're doing a week marathon for those that didn't know, we've been announcing it since Friday or Saturday now, for sure. This past weekend. I had already announced it because I was serious about doing it. Okay, so we're going to be back here. This was just talking about how mental health is associated with homelessness, actually pointing out things people probably didn't know. The next topic will be more surrounding how homelessness can be weaponized and used. That's why on this one we were talking about cycles. Yeah, how is homelessness a cycle? Just ask some people how many times they've been through it. Anything that's repetitive is a cycle. So the next one, we're just going to talk a little bit more about that, like cycles and uh, patterns and how they relate, how close it symbolizes slavery. Like it makes no sense. You can't tell me I can't call something that I can say it looks close to it. You can't get mad about that. Anything resembles slavery in a free place is not right, bro. Like in a place of freedom, that's like false advertising, bro. So thank God for questions, because if we had a world just full of answers, you wouldn't need questions. I'm thankful for every little bit. Thank you, God, for questions on today. Every question I've been asked, every question I've asked others. And I'm definitely grateful for answers. The thing about an answer, they're usually proven, even in math class. You ain't just they just not gonna accept the answer. You gotta show your work somewhere. Thank God for the teachers like that too. The old school teachers, like, do the math on a scratch sheet of paper. And I want you to turn in those scratch sheets of paper with your work. Thank God for those type of teachers. Um, Staple it on the back and then turn it in up here. Usually they have an area you turn it in. Ain't no answers. It ain't never been that. Where's the formulas and the work that you did to get those answers? You play question and A over here. We not accepting no A's, which is the answers, without the work. They want to live a easier way. Society these days, they won't. You can make anything else convenient, bro, but like keep intellectual work out of it. If it's convenient, if it's more convenient for the person with the intellectual property, whose business is that? You shouldn't be looking for convenient ways to steal it, because even in school we had to turn in work that goes with the answer. Otherwise you could have just copied all the answers off your neighbor's paper. We all know that. Yeah, like usually the teacher asks, how did you get that answer? What are you doing, honey? Oh yeah, but I'm just grateful. Like I never thought I'd see the day where it actually means something. I didn't know she fell asleep. Gotta get some stretches in or something. My legs cramped up on me. I'm getting old over here, y'all. I don't talk about it much, but I'm definitely getting old. So I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Hit that I'm back. So yeah, when I come back, we're just gonna talk about how it's more relevant to me when we do these type of topics. Like, how can you talk about homelessness without talking about um, the history of homelessness? It really was just unheard of, and that's just because I wouldn't say unheard of. If anything, you were considered a beggar, beggar. But even the beggars weren't just out there. They knew what family you came from. People knew their communities better than that. THAT. They knew their communities. When you got so many people revolving and moving and transitioning back and forth from different communities, I see why people don't know who's who anymore. When everybody just stayed in one town, one place for 50 years, I guess it was easier to keep track of people. That's what the census that's what the census is for. The census surveys they do every year. You could better keep track of people. What does all the census keep up with? The nationalities, the household size, the household income. Then now people moving in and out everywhere. Uh, I think overall though, people just gonna see the truth too late. That's what's really sad about it. They don't have to. We're in a low place when people literally hunt the homeless. I just didn't know how long it had been going on. Or people just so selfish now. Now that they know there's money grabs within the homeless communities, because that's what make you see it. If a person is homeless, they ain't got no money, stupid. So what else could you steal from them? There's not much left to steal from them but their identity. Bingo. Ding, 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 ding. But their social security benefits. What all are they getting? They're homeless. Okay, I was waiting on you. Yeah, I'm really am still trying to think about it. Like a person with security and family and a home, you actually have things you could steal from them that you might find valuable. They have a whole home. Like, I don't know. But then a person on the streets, like, what could you rob them of, bro? And they already out there. And that's where they end up really severely addicted because people are so retarded and they've already felt it and seen it. People still be out there trying to steal stuff from you and you have nothing. That's where you go too far. Like, you just going too far. It's obvious as fuck. You just stole a homeless person's flashlight. You just stole a homeless person's tent, sleeping bag. Like, it's really sad. Maybe the whole thing, or you're not through with them because they still homeless. Like, you need everything from them. It's weird. That's why it's really crazy. As dangerous as the streets is, it's safer than any type of communities. I know they. I never thought I would be saying this. Like, you advocate for communities that actually help homeless people, but they're actually safer outside where their stuff might not get stolen because it's more of just it's a direct community with people with access to your stuff. That's why I said, well, we can start centers where they can come and turn in, not turn in, but like maybe rent out file cabinets. Because people, I'm sorry that the homeless never been thought about that way. But if you're going to turn around and blame them for crime, you need to think about that. They don't even be having a place to store file folders and all this paperwork that they just had sitting in the house when they wasn't homeless. But you wanted somebody to laugh. You think that's funny? A person losing every document uh, that they had personally to prove their life. You think that's funny? I don't even know. It's like it's a contagious laugh to think that somebody could think that that is funny. It's weird. I don't think that's funny for anybody's situation. If you were born here in this country, you have an identity. I'm glad that we have been able. I might not like the way that it was done, but you have to start kind of weeding them out. Like, who's is legally born here? Because you're not just gonna have us here going through anything. Where are you from? What is your business? What's your paperwork? Why? What job you got? You don't want me to get in your business like that? Leave the Americans alone. Yes, we're all human, but see, we have certain rights and laws and things to abide by over here. And we actually stood up in school. We said pledges of allegiance to what we believe in. And you want me to play with you? And okay, so I'm just giving my opinions on the different changes, and not just in leadership, but the way that leadership has been. Of course, there's some things I feel like I agree with, even if I don't understand the whole span of when you get, it's going to look different from what people think you should be just working on the surface. A person that's actually trying to get see what's going on with a problem, they actually wouldn't just surface fix the problem. Maybe they've done that for too long. Not only America, but Americans talking about, oh, we got a new program, we fixed it. That you have to have results. What did I just say about answers? Where is the work done to prove those answers? Where are those stories that, yeah, you threw 10 tents away on the news under the freeway, and now where are those people that you can say that they were positively impacted? They turned their lives around. They were able to get off drugs and alcohol. Maybe that old man was able to get back with his son. Don't y'all know some of those people on the street? I don't know how it do. They have kids, they have families. And some of them, you'll be surprised. I didn't know if I want to go here and say it, but we got to be real all the way across the board. Some of these people, that's why I already look at the world different. They have homeless people. Your daughter's a doctor, though. Like, what happened? Well, her mom died in 81. I ended up raising her. She kind of went on with her life. That's still good. Like, she became a whole doctor. Sir, I know it's tragic that you lost your wife, but at least your daughter became a doctor. But then look, there's still some kind of tragedy. Dad ends up on the street sleeping in the tent. So you think the homeless people are lying? No, some of their daughters and sons have very good jobs. When we look at how many elderly is out there, no, that's been a problem. You can't tell me every elderly person just went and chose a choice of drug and end up sleeping on the street. They still need like depend diapers, insulin shots, medicines they might have to take, oxygen. I don't even want to think about it. But don't worry, those have usually been the priority here in America, from what I've known. You know, when they fill out applications for assistance for things, it usually certain things fall in the category of priority status, emergency, homelessness, just so people fully understand before they just want to talk about, well, it's our taxes, so we should be able to get to say, just want to have influence. Like, no, do you understand how it's been done here? I mean, the changes, the updates we've had over the years, the good ones too. Do you understand? You're judging a book by its cover. That old man is out there, but his son is in the whole military. Maybe he's just haven't been in town for years or whatever's going on. His son got his own family and life now. Listen to people's stories. And then some of these families be broken just over, like I said, to me, avoidable stuff. Homelessness is like crazy, bro. That's avoidable. Like, well, maybe to us on the outside looking in, it'd be avoidable because that's not your family, is it? You can talk about another person family all you want to. It's never yours. You'll never know it the way that person do. Yeah, especially if you're outside and your son is a whole doctor. You outside and your daughter is a whole professional singer somewhere. Like, they only wanted to make those facts true about certain people. Like, if we ain't even made it to that caliber or career or money yet, you don't judge us in the decisions that we are forced to make as we are trying to survive and get to another level all at the same time. Because you know, if you just surviving, you just on surviving level. That's how it become a cycle. If a man can be on the streets and have a son that's a doctor, I wouldn't immediately say his doctor son is wrong. I don't know what their relationship was like. It's just interesting to know that, like, you beg for change and your son's a doctor. Luckily, I didn't know none of the doctors' names, but like I said, I still wouldn't judge them because you made a career yourself. You earned that. You know what I'm saying? You have a wife now, kids. Just like, how's your dad or grandpa end up at the homeless shelter? And you doing it? I don't know. It's like, so I asked myself before I can judge another person, could you still like pay for your mom to at least be in a nursing home? Your dad, uh, at least that's not the streets. Pay for something, pay for their own place so they can stay there, so they're not on the streets. Like, why would you have to have a relationship? This is where it get deep though. Like, these are elderly family members, great aunts, great uncles, grandpas, grandma, or your parent. If people weren't putting people in the nursing homes, they wouldn't exist. So we know people be doing that too. Yeah, they be putting people in a nursing home. I never said I disagree. I'm just saying nursing homes wouldn't exist if that's not true. Um, but I know it's never been a homeless shelter. When I look at it at a humanitarian way, like no uh, place is perfect, but at least some of them they come there to visit their people. You know what I'm saying? They come and see them on the holidays, but they're not on the streets. And people be like, "That's wrong. If you put your people in a nursing home, it's not on the streets." Just know the nursing home costs money. That's saying they didn't have even that much reverence for you. Like, why it gotta be a rundown ass place? Like, make sure the nursing home. I mean, they have. I seen them. They have nursing homes that are like luxury. Like, them people feel like they in a nice suite. Like, you don't have to feel like they're there. It's how much care you put into that person that, you know what I'm saying, you might be placing there. We all know if you can't speak for yourself or sign papers, which some situations like that are very real, they're gonna put you wherever. Talking about watch how you treat your young people. You don't know if they're gonna put you in a nursing home. Some of them had a great life. They still put their people in a nursing home. So I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all thought people didn't know, but those elderly sometimes have told their stories to some of those nurses and CNAs. They probably didn't tell all their story, but to them, it's like towards the end of their life, they're spending their last days there. Why would you think because you're not visiting them, somebody won't listen to them? That's been a problem. Not like a problem like that, but it's been a problem that could use more attention when it comes to the family unit. And this is how people do their elderly. They don't want them staying in the house with them with husband and wife. Maybe the wife don't want them there. I always looked at that type of stuff though, because like, how is that family? Is that asking too much? That grandma has a place to stay, Uncle Tom has a place to stay. We ain't even talking about the young people yet, y'all. Hold on. Just why do they have to go to the nursing home? You already paying bills at home. You rather take some extra money and go put them in a whole nursing home, or but like I said, I wouldn't personally judge it. They're not on the street. That's like saying a parent is wrong. All you can do is have a opinion. There's whole places you can pay for your family to stay. If it ain't their own home, it's some kind of group home or some type of place. Okay, but why it ain't just always luxury places they put their people at? What kind of money you got? I should never hear a homeless man saying, you know, ask them their stories. Like, I mean, I have a son. He's a doctor. You could tell me, oh, that man was probably lying. No, I met that man, heard his story for a reason. What you mean? You want to tell us what some of us, we're just, and we can prove it. We're the age, we shouldn't even have it perfect by now. You want me to rush and have it perfect? What you think my life should look like? Telling people they should have a career and everything by 25. They should have a husband by now. And wondering why people out here taking their own lives. I'm not finna take my life over nothing like that though. When I know I still have life, I've just seen people meet milestones later in life too. Like I think that about myself before I just give up. Like, yeah, man, I might be one of those that's gonna sprout later. Just to let people know, maybe I feel like that. That's why you plant certain seeds in certain areas you can come back to too. What you mean? Like, you don't have to want it for me right now. I might not be ready right now. Maybe it works out, but I wouldn't want to like. It would that would mean I have more time with my family. Just like I said, with some of these people careers, they on the road a lot. They're able to pay people and the kids to keep the image, the truth from getting out. It ain't nothing to hide. Be honest. Some of what y'all do, you are on the road a lot, and you do give up that. You give that part of your life for your wife to stay committed to you and your kids to be happy at home, even though you barely there. And don't let you be cheating. Don't let you be. That ain't even. I mean, in a mental health sense way, that does affect the family. I shouldn't laugh, but don't let you be cheating. On a money level, it's gonna matter because now you find yourself taking care of two households just because you want to have a girlfriend on the road, a boyfriend on the road, because that does apply. That applies both ways. Y'all know it's women out here that do careers where they on the road a lot. And you're not gonna sit here and pay me to believe that uh they pay extra money to bring their family on the road with them every time they go on the road. That's the thing about people with road jobs, how much they give up. Certain people feel like they have a right to demand a wage increase. Notice Trump could have came in there just off top like wage increase, this assistance, that assistance. He could have did that. It's been kind of totally the opposite. Okay, if people like that with jobs and they can literally prove that with the type of job they have, like, yeah, I spend long length times away from my family. Now, when they come to the work meeting and ask for a raise or they go on strike, I'm trying to explain to the reps and all these different people, do you know why? Do you know why they're asking for a raise? They're not just being entitled or being ungrateful Americans. What if their job means they have to be on the road? Being on the road means being away from your family. So you might request a pay raise. Okay. The whole company might. We see who the ones had the problem. Well, we wouldn't be as rich if we pay y'all a little more. You also wouldn't be in business if people don't work it out. People rather see it literally fall apart for their opinions. How much closer on the edge do you see you need to see the country? Because people are on edge. They trying to look, this person's on edge. Baby, Americans have been on edge. If you're one of the people that's just now seeing that, God bless your heart. People be on edge on the road. They be on edge walking. They be on edge on the bus. Apparently at subway stations too. Airports. They be on edge at work. Do you know what on the edge means? They literally walk around like this. More people than we think. We're all on edge. Okay. So we're just supposed to settle for that? Then a person's fired. We'll just replace you because we want you to do what we say and take the pay that we want you to take. We don't want to hear about how you have to be away from your family for hours and how rent is increasing. We don't want to hear about that stuff. We just want you to come to work and accept the pay that we're offering you. If you ask for more, trust me, there's a family out there that needs a job. And you wondering why people are on edge. Because you want to paint the narrative around them that they just don't want to work. But you don't want people to know the sacrifices they made while they were working at some of these jobs. That's weird. That's why people get mad. They said it shouldn't be any homeless veterans outside. when they were actually in the military before. And they always have a different story. And when I hear the veteran homeless stories, it's like everybody's is different. Sometimes you had a disability for real. You did fight. You were in the army or something. That's why you're a veteran. Okay, so that could be a whole reason that leads them to homelessness. Like you don't have a person you can depend on to just sit there and help you through that disability every day. Why would you think a person wouldn't eventually can end up in a position where they lose their home, bro? Well, they get a disability check and benefits from the government when they're in the army. A lot of them be still waiting on benefits, whatever that's about. I don't see how you're in your later. I just don't fully understand it yet, probably, but how you're in your later 50s, 60s, 70s, like you've been out of the service for years. Like, shouldn't your benefits have gotten started, or they turn a certain age and certain of benefits are supposed to kick in? And some of them have the same story. They still fighting for benefits. It's like how do you fight? How do you? I'm not saying they're lying, but how are you put in a position to keep fighting for something you can prove you already did? Just like the veterans, some of them still fighting. That's why they homeless. Like, oh yeah, I'm still waiting for my benefits to kick in. You got to come out here and sleep in a tent until that happens. You're actually keeping in communication with the Social Security people. You're doing everything you're supposed to do. You got your veteran papers, you got your ID and stuff. You're a veteran. Which shout out to the states that are more on top of their game with that. You know what I mean? Because I do know there's programs out there. Like some of them will tell you, no, we only help veterans. That's why it's like that. Like yeah, it'll say housing or something on it, but their main point is they only help certain people. You better come in there with some type of proof that you're a veteran, or this place is not for you to get housing. So shout out to the states and agencies that's been out there, people that have contributed to help, because we know you don't disperse their benefits. You're just a worker. But if you have contributed to jobs that surrounded the health and well-being and mental health of veterans that have fought for our country, like wouldn't we be treating them better? Anyways, it's like thank you to those that did. Who am I? I'm saying thank you because it matters. They shouldn't be outside waiting on. Oh, I'm waiting on my benefits to kick in. Like, oh, okay. They do have centers though. Like I said, they help people. Through that process. Maybe they can get them a room or something. You don't even deserve to be homeless. You're a whole veteran. You should be put up in one of the nice hotel rooms until these benefits kick in. Type of deal. That's what I think. You should be not even in the Motel 6 trying to get by in a handicap room until your benefits kick in. Not living with your toxic family members until your benefits kick in. We know a disabled person. All I'm saying is I'm trying to consider that. Imagine a disabled person being homeless and y'all out there throwing people tents and stuff away. A disabled person being homeless has to be a whole nother way. Like I'm sure one could write a book about that alone. And you're a veteran. You being a veteran is the reason have some of the cause to do with why you're disabled. If you have more of them in the nice hotel rooms because they served the country before and not in the nursing homes, actually, if they can still care for themselves, they need to be housed. That's why they have usually been a priority. What did I tell y'all? Single, pregnant women, elderly, disabled. Those are usually the categories of what they consider priority cases. Caseworkers should be busy, 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 bro. Like these days, just the veteran caseworkers alone, they should be very busy every day. They get paid to sit in those offices and try to help make sure those veterans get all the benefits they're entitled to later on in life. So they should be busy every day. all day, every day. How they get paid. Um, but that's just the disabled. Elderly, you could have medical problems that just come along with that naturally. Then you expect that person to hurry up and find housing. That's weird. Now, the regular youth, people that actually can still use the activities of their limbs, apply for a job, do that kind of stuff. That's why I'm speaking more up for them too, because it's like, yeah, they can do all of that, but that doesn't mean that they should be the main ones. Like maybe it should be a more punishable crime. If you identity theft a person between the age of literally, bro, because we know like 13, 14, 15, even at that age, they can just now get a driver's license or like certain ID. They could just start off in life early. That's what I'm saying. At least a driving permit, to me, it should be a more punishable thing. If you stealing from that age to like anywhere in your 20s, identity theft is wrong altogether. But if they 13 through 25, a person should get 10 years automatically, bro. Like that person is just starting a life off, nigga. Like, oh my gosh. And this, you've been seeing young people like that outside, or y'all want to be like, oh, the teens are not, we don't want to adopt them. They're just kind of harder to raise once they're that age. When they come to those foster homes, they more get the babies and the little kids. That's what I mean. We can't tell them who to get. They're the ones out there doing the work, even trying to get some of the kids. So you can't tell them what kind of kids to adopt. But they do say the teens be the last ones to get picked from. It's just a hurtful thing to know. It's a hurtful reality. You can't tell me every teen is a problem teen like that. Of course they have problem. They be like, yeah, they've been in and out the system by that age, and they're just, yeah. It's kind of harder to give them a better life by that time. That one girl showed y'all though on Love and Hip Hop. What's her name? What's his name? Miss Cindy's wife, Yandy. They had adopted a young lady, and she was older in age by the time they got her. Cause celebrities, they don't always showcase kids they adopt, but they do it. And shout out to those. I feel like you're still making a difference in the world. Shout out to those that do that. Like they not all on TV and on videos trying to show the world that they adopt kids and help them out the system every day. Celebrities don't show y'all that. Like some of them do. They like, yeah, this our kid. They'll show you like once they get them as babies, like Angelina Jolie and them did. But there are those celebrities that adopt kids. For those that didn't know, why y'all think they just sit up and sit on their riches and don't try to help nobody instead of just giving it $50 million to a family? Maybe they do it like that. Cause how much did you think one kid cost for 18 years? They go to and I wonder why they do that. With my question asking self, but why do they do that? Sometimes they go to whole other countries. They don't even go to the adoption centers here. But I guess there's a good reason. You know what I mean? I guess it shouldn't matter, but like maybe it does. You coming into one of these centers and you a whole celebrity trying to adopt somebody kid that was, it could cause problems because like that person family could come back around years later talking about you owe them too, but you the one adopted their child. It be all kind of stories out there like that, y'all. Like shout out to those type of guardians of the world. It all matters because these people are the ones that help. They've been the ones helping keeping the homeless communities at bay, like by taking people in their homes. Um, if you've been one of those, like ever had to take somebody in your home and raise them, I know that's hard. Like, cause they be like, people will come back for their kid and be like, no, I'm just taking my kid back. And I know y'all want to say, oh, that's what court orders and all that's for, but it is a real thing some people go through. And you talking about why is homeless communities full, like for all kind of reasons. That's my point. Ain't no one reason. All them people out there got a different they all got a different story. Y'all wish it was just that people didn't pay their rent. Then when you see all these other issues a person was having, oh, they followed them from the homeless shelter. What a stupid narrative. That's a really dumb narrative. That every problem a person have, they must have picked it up out there in that impoverished community where they were for 3 months or 6 months. Even if it was 12 years of their life, that must be what it is. I mean, they've been telling people that you can take people out the hood, you can't take the hood out of people. I am not the one who created that quote. If you ever been one of those ones that endured that and survived that, though, shout out to you. We love you at You Will Make It TV, even if we don't know you, because that's not easy. When you sit there, open your home in the first place, and then, the person, parents just come back years later, like, yeah, I want my child back. That has to be traumatic for the person who raised the child and the parent who came there to get the child. I would say the parent who came is being kind of extra. We would understand though if you like the parent. I'm talking about like foster home situations. Like some of those parents be trying to pop back up and actually take care of their kids, but we know it's more traumatic for the kids than anybody. We have always said that that is for a kind of more, they won't understand it as kids, but the more stable place you can just be for a longer time, I don't know, it's giving you like a sense of security, home, family. We never said the family would be perfect or this or that, but it's better than them bouncing around to 10 foster homes if they don't have to. Especially if they already admitting over the age of 12, people don't even really be wanting to adopt them no more. Out of those centers, when they come there, they come get maybe a baby or they sign these papers where they already gonna adopt the baby before the baby get here. It's different arrangements, but I'm talking about just the straight up foster kids. That system. You cannot talk about homelessness with leaving them out of the topic. Maybe they some of the main ones. It's so sad. Why is that a constant narrative? They are some of the same grown-ups that's on the streets right now. They some of the same ones that became the community drug dealers. They're some of the same ones that became the prostitutes. Where did you think they came from? People just moved out the city and brought that to your city. Don't try to make it look like that now. These situations, last I checked, always happen. The first people who fall victim is them people that come out of the foster homes. Make it make sense. This is why. Okay, so like I was telling y'all, that already is a part. People don't want to adopt them over a certain age. The next part is uh sometimes they run away. We talked about that. They just run away. Just because you thought as a caseworker, oh, I'm gonna place you in this home, I think it's a good fit for you, don't mean that kid ain't gonna try to run away. And then when they do that and they belong to the state, you're a state runaway. Like you just already in the system, all kind of different ways. Your business all out there. You already didn't have many to care for you, but now your business all out there. Everything you do, because you're a state report. You ran away from a foster home or some state place. Okay, some state ordered place. Now these people grow up and because I heard they get a free college. I think I heard that kids of the state, but I'm not going to talk too much about that like that. But most of the kids of the state, I think if they stay there to 18 and they stay with the place families, it is worth talking about. We said homelessness is a problem, right? Did people notice? Are the youth aware of this? Because why would they just run away? I mean, it's a program. Like I said, they might not have family to check on them, but usually the caseworker that took them out the home, they go check on them. I don't know if they do it monthly, weekly, but they do have somebody to. And that's sad. They probably come there sometimes. They saying that's not uncommon. You know what I'm saying? That they run away from those places. And the caseworkers show up. They like, where's Jenny? Oh, she ran away again. And all they do, this is why they end up getting placed to different homes. If it don't work out one, all they let the kids say is, I don't like it here. They let the kids say whatever it is going on. Okay, you don't like it here? I'm the caseworker. They talk to the people. Okay, we finna try to find it another family. Some of the parents might say, well, we can keep trying. You know what I'm saying? They whole goal, let's remember, is just to try to keep the kids out of the system. They have to take you back to the system, find another family home. Hopefully the kid don't run away from that home. You can't sit there and force the people to like the households. Ask the ones that have to bounce around from different households starting at a young age. Then just you expect them to turn 18 and they're gonna be sane. They're used to come on, bro. Some of these people, if they don't get the knowledge they self and learn about what real life is about, depending on the foster parents they had, they're not gonna know. So yeah, they're learning later. So what? But did we know some of those out there on the streets, they were victims to that first. They didn't commit a crime first. We're not going to ever say the homeless community is the ones committing the crimes or the ones that newly crawled themselves out of homelessness. They still trying to find their way, you know. Um, but yeah, those are some of the same ones on the street today. That should be sad to people. I don't care if it's California, DC, New York, any state. It's a repetitious pattern. If they came out of them foster homes, they end up being a large percent. I didn't say they all end up trapped in the system like that. No, I know that ain't true. It's a lot of success stories out of foster homes too. People grew up, became hope. When I say success stories, I mean success stories. Ask some of these NFL players how many of them came out of a foster home. How about that? And that's just the NFL. So when I say success stories, no, everybody does not have to fall by the wayside because you know that their history was the system. Like, what's wrong with you? And why would you be trying to force it to be that? And if it wasn't the truth, what I was saying earlier, that maybe those are just we know it is like they just easier prey, I guess. Once a prey, always a prey to the vultures in the homeless community. What you mean? Don't let them see you back out there in the streets. Some you're blessed. They see you in the streets. They already know what it is. Your ass outside drunk again. You like it shouldn't be normalized, but that's just how it is with some people. I'm just talking about homelessness a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, some when you return to the streets, they already know. It ain't like you gotta explain yourself. They see you out there. Oh, Jackie must have touched them drugs again. Jack must have got back on alcohol. Like, oh, that. And when it's a young woman with kids, imagine what they saying about her. Oh, some dude must have left her again. Like, why they gotta be the narrative of why somebody is outside? She must have. Yeah. Just imagine. But yeah, they only discuss their problems out there if there's a lot of that going on. If don't nobody else know what somebody was going through, the homeless community do. That's all they have time to do. You stuck them in a homeless community, in tents or in a shelter somewhere. They had those people to talk to, though. You see, I don't know. I don't know how it ends up starting, but many people share stories, kind of like a AA meeting, I guess. They share their stories of why they end up going through what they're going through. And you didn't know so many people was. I'm finna get some coffee and prepare for this very next stream, where we are picking up where I left off. Uh, I think it was Sunday night. Cause like I said, there's just many parts to this. We're doing it all week long. Okay. If you're looking for a hub, a safe place to talk homelessness topics, right here at You Will Make It TV this week is your place. You want to hit that subscribe bell, hit the like button, and share these streams because it's not just a trending topic because we want it to be trending, or do it have to be put more in our faces at any given time? For people to understand how far it's gotten and how worse it can get, uh, that's what we're here to show. Maybe if people look at it for what it is, that's a way. If you say you're trying to help combat it, that don't mean combat the people. Like, yeah, we're gonna kick the asses of the homeless. No, we meant fight homelessness, not the actual homeless. They're not the enemy. They're actually some of the sweetest people that fell bad on their luck you're gonna ever meet. You'll be surprised what some of these homeless people used to do. That's why I said listen to their stories. They'll tell you I had dreams of being a blues player, a jazz singer. You'd be like, for real, show me what you got. And sometimes they still have a piece of it in them because you couldn't knock everything out. Uh, when we say fight homelessness, we meant that's why some of us we get confused. Like, what is the news talking about? Are you fighting homelessness? Or are they fighting homelessness or the homeless people? I never talk about like because I just respect the privacy of others in that way. But I can still, speak on homelessness experiences and knowing what they go through without mentioning nobody else at all. It was almost like being in the midst of something in a glass box, if I can describe it to anybody. Every time I went through it, like a glass box, while you're literally in the same place and room as like everybody else in there with you. You know what I'm saying? It's glass, so you had to be reminded at any given time. But it was like the whole time I felt like I was in a glass box. Like I could have at any time been going through as worse as somebody else or as bad or something like that. I just feel like I'm in a glass box. Like I'm doing everything y'all do. I'm here with y'all and everything, but I'm actually, certain things are not supposed to touch me here. I'm not supposed to touch certain things, and actually kept that type of mentality because I wanted to. Like, you're not finna change my judgment of the world just because I'm in a certain state of income or low class or homeless. Like, hey, why don't you just come try this drug with me today? We're both depressed. We're both homeless. Don't you know how easy people can fall victim to that? That's why we call it dangerous. So we already talked about the elderly. They like to put them in nursing homes, or some they don't at all. And then you got the veterans and what they go through. And then you got some people they just go to the hospital and stay in the hospital just so they have pretty much a place to stay. That's crazy. Uh, or you got people just that tells a big thing. If you got elderly people outside, we're not gonna pretend like life insurance, all that stuff, benefits, all that stuff don't matter. That's why I said start going to ask them homeless people where their family at. Like, where is all this person? What happened to this person? What, we didn't do nothing. Since when did we gotta answer questions about what our homeless family? Start doing it. Let's see what we see. Don't send don't send a National Guard outside. Send them on the inside. It always starts on the inside. Cause what excuse do you give that your whole older person outside? Which, like I said, we went over this with the young people and how that's a problem. How it's some celebrities, they'll never even tell you they adopted kids because that's their business. As long as they got the paperwork And sometimes they didn't even adopt a kid from over here. They go get a kid more in need, like a kid they feel like could use more of it. Maybe a family of kids. You know what I'm saying? So they can stay together. That's just not what uh, TMZ and them like to report all the time. Because they do have that side of them. Like, oh, you can still go do a good charitable work. You can adopt some whole kids. That's kids that you helping to get into new livelihoods for themselves, a chance at life they wouldn't have had if you didn't adopt them, pretty much. It's just those commoners, like regular people out here, still be like, yeah, I deserve somebody else's kids. That's not the reason that people ever adopted. I thought it was for the service of helping the kids, not because first starting it at that. Well, I don't think they need them. I'm gonna get them. I don't think they. I mean, and go down to the nitty gritty about it, like just to take somebody kids. When you have Americans, they'll go to a whole other country and adopt kids, or that should say a lot. Why do they want to just adopt the ones here? They literally said that in interviews. Like, no, it'd be like by a certain age, the system done already did this and that to their mind, and they just be so behaviorally inclined, and then we can't really do anything with them. That's like saying you just give up on a person. They're not even 18 yet. I don't know. That's what family interventions are for. They even have family therapies, family counseling, all kind of stuff to help families. More, I would say, in modern day than we've ever had. And you still want people to believe it's all these issues with families. Either your methods are not working or not as successful as you've advertised. These family medical therapies, maybe that's what it is. Uh, I'm just trying to see how I'm trying to make my point. But yeah, um, it definitely becomes a cycle. Every time a mother is out there, she can be a mother. It's a lot of homeless people. When I heard they side of it, they just said they rather not take their kids through it with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they have a choice for them to go somewhere else, don't think I haven't heard it. They would prefer them to go somewhere else, like not actually go through the transition. Well, that's the whole thing about modern day shelters and why they have family crisis centers. Like, it's actually designed for women and children so these families can stay together. And if you're going to argue me down, you argue them down with me, because these places have been in business for years now. I can't make this up. Like, we were grateful to see it actually as Americans. Whether you were homeless or not, it was good to know. They even got teen centers where like the mother can be there with her baby. They have always, we haven't been perfect, but they have done a great job coming this far in modern day time, implementing more things to actually keep families together. Though people, I don't know why they don't know about it. They seem to know everything that's supposed to divide a family. They want to show how expert they are in ways to break a family down. That's all I see. Like, we're experts in doing this and that to a family, or getting them divided, or making them look like this, or keeping them down, keeping our thumb on their neck and stuff like that. Our knee on their neck, I meant to say. Oh yeah, we're experts at that. So it left me looking crazy for a second. Like, I just don't know. Like, as an individual, I know that there's been advocacy centers and places and resources to help families stay together. All you can have after that is whoever's mad exposing themselves that people know about it. Of course, they don't want you staying together if y'all trying to take each other's necks off and hurt each other every day. There's even programs to help families do stuff like that, to be honest with you, even if they got to be separated for a little while. It's called family intervention. Like how they know all these big fancy words when it comes to breaking a family apart, which is just CPS. They expert at that and everything how they supposed to work. But have you ever took a stroll down some of these community centers that's been doing what they're doing? Some of the ones very much were getting funding cut recently. If you can say that, yeah, it's criminal stuff going on, so we don't deserve that. What a funny thing to say crime is surrounding when crime has been surrounding other places and we all know it. Yeah, yeah, just cut the funding off to those. We don't need those places. Cut all that funding off, man. Look at all the crime surrounding. Yeah, it's been crime. It's been crime around the schools. That's a first start. Like just places it shouldn't even be. Literally, we can all think back 30 years right now. Like it was unheard of. Let me go a little further back. Like you might have had civil rights or some other stuff going on at schools, like equality rights, just whole gun violence, guns, y'all, not even just fights and brawls no more. We used to know about bullies and fights at school. Everybody's heard about those. I don't care how far back in the history. But really whole like violence like that, internet violence, all that right there at school. So what I'm breaking down, where people might not see this, I seen that crime being creeped in places that it had no business being. God had me see it for a reason, and then suddenly you're gonna come out and say, "Yeah, cut the funding to those places due to that very reason." No, when you first seen the crime, inching up, when you see news stories floating around here about crime in places that were always known, or those people who started it know that it was founded to actually help people, and they actually have a long standing history of where they can prove it. Like, no, this is the quote unquote Salvation Army. I'm just using it for an example. They're a nationally known and recognized American society that's just been known to help homeless people. And I'm sure they have the records to prove it. Yeah, places like that, we already knew crime should not, they didn't create that to be like a prison hangout center, some type of crime stop. But who did that? The government or the people? Or who? That's what I'm asking. Because now you have the government and people clashing a little bit over homeless rules and where crime is going on in homeless communities. Yeah, it's real sad, bro. Like when we really can remember the days that crime even crept its way up in places it didn't have no business doing. You hear this type of stuff on the news: daycares, community centers, schools. That's how the devil did it first. Like, let me try to normalize where the crime is happening at. Normalize. Listen to the word I chose. Like, let me try to grease the people up if they already used to certain things happening in certain. But that's kind of like brainwashing people. Like, we don't remember that these places, what they were created for. That's why when we was in school, we can't tell you remember. We remember a shooter coming in there just doing what he want to do. That's like telling us, oh yeah, we are tripping. Homelessness is a place of crime. What have we been thinking? Trump's right. Oh no, I'm not saying he wrong for the most part. I already gave my opinion about that. But if you gonna call it right all of a sudden, why were you one of the ones crying like you curd when one of the schools got shot up, or uh places like malls, just places that was once safe? We all know this. People never went out there to just put themselves in danger. You chose a whole place that got a whole rule books about safety, like work. Yes, you sign contracts at the beginning of your job that says you're gonna practice safety. You're gonna practice safety around others. Everybody gonna practice safety, right? I think it's safe to say we live in a time people need to pull up those records. Like, if you know you are a place, a business, a home that has done your best to practice safety, go ahead and get your records together. Because what else? What else is being forced upon the people? If you're not trying to keep them safe first, what are we doing? You telling people to go to work? Are they safe when they go to work? Are they safe there? Is their information safe? If you can go to work at AT&T and the whole system be hacked, or go to Bank of America and the whole system be hacked, are you even safe at work? But you holler and go to work now. That's crazy. Are you safe when you're homeless? You're saying, well, you deserve to be homeless. You didn't pay for your home. Is the people safe while they outside though? Are they safe in the homeless shelters? Like, so what got me to talking about this? I was saying that it's interesting that people did give me their opinion sometimes. Like, well, me personally, I might not want to take my child or my children with me through a homelessness season that I'm going through in my life. I could see you telling me that if you saw me and my kids outside sleeping in tents. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Like, would I ever want to do that? Hell no. If it get that bad, yep. Me and my kids have to separate for a second. But I'm saying no family should have to go through that when in modern day America, literally, y'all, there are so many, even some of this stuff government funded. Government so and that's why I was saying, why would we see sudden cuts to some of this stuff? But you didn't see cuts where when you seen whole crime, like with some of these schools or what happened with the shootings, I believe, I don't know, they should have did something. Hopefully more, something way more secure right after it happened. Just because you have survivors don't mean that people not still shooken up or scared. Like, that's not something that happens every day, especially at a place like that. You put your whole trust in that you're going to be safe a whole 8 hours, just like our jobs. Just like our homes, you want us to still feel like a home is a luxury? Don't we need to feel safe in them? You want us to feel like a job is a luxury? We got to be safe at work. I know the God I serve. Uh, you want me to feel safe walking down the street? You know what I'm saying? If I'm willing to go out there and do that, obviously I felt like I was safe to do it. We're not trying to overpower laws in any way, shape, or form. We actually respect them. That's why we're here talking about these topics. It was never a crime to be homeless, but why are so many crimes being bypassed in places that are not homeless communities? You know what I mean? It's not a new topic. I got so tired of seeing it. Like, oh my God, okay, so we got so many internet experts on ways to divide a family. But when it comes to resources and stuff to that, actually it'll say that right there on their website. We help 13,000 families a year stay together. What did you think they was playing? What did you think stay together means? Oh, I'm not defending having any kid go through a homeless situation. I don't think any kid should go through that. But homeless with their mother versus being in a whole foster care with no family whatsoever, two different things for any family. Number two, if the website or the brochure says this place we help keep families together, that's what you're gonna expect to. You're gonna do your part, right? You got to follow the rules, be there at curfew, clean your room, whatever it is they require of you. Trust me, they're gonna make sure you're doing that. Number one. Number two, um, you might get put out if you don't do your part. Let them catch you breaking a rule at a homeless shelter. Your ass is now back on the streets. So of course you're reading the parts that they say they do, like, oh, we keep families together. We're trying to help families stay together and defeat homelessness, right? I was like, maybe people don't know this, but people didn't just go out here and throw themselves in the middle of the fire, in the middle of wolves. Like, no, wolves shouldn't be there, but we know, like people say that no place is 100% safe. You got whole crimes that happen in places like Walmart every day. It's called store theft. New York been crying about they been having a problem with that. And they did send military police out there at one time, I think. But they still going through it. People still stealing at the stores out there. I thought crime was crime. They been out there doing it. Like store owners complaining, having to invest in more security. But yeah, that was their opinion. So I'm not saying anybody deserves to be homeless. Of course, if a parent is homeless, the kid is homeless. Okay? Because the kid can't really do anything to change their situation, breaking it down for people. Uh, but to me, it does matter. It matters. It's a part of the conversation. Well, even when that person didn't have the option of their own home, what are the type of environments that they were willing to stay in, until they get themselves together? Because that's a whole real thing. And me, people can't just say that, like, oh, yeah, you just chose to go stay anywhere when you went through something. No, honey, you wouldn't be speaking facts. That's never been my history, actually. And moving forward, it's not going to be a part of my story. If it's advertised you help families and it's women and children and this what you in here doing, why would a person think you're not doing it? Or that's not going to be what they see when they get in there, first of all. Not saying we didn't see that in some of these communities, but people have to mind their business. If you got a problem with how a place run a place, you should have been active in your community a long time ago. You should have been a little more active. Phil, if you want to be one of the ones that have something to say about how shelters run what they do, I'm just saying, you don't think you're a little late? Shelters been out here for at least the past 25 years. And I think the very first one they opened anywhere was specifically for women and children. It took them a while to even start having options for men or young men or transgenders. Let's be honest. They still slowly getting this stuff together. But when the very first homeless shelter anywhere opened, I guarantee you, it was for women and children first. I didn't say it's right. I said it took time. Then suddenly, okay, now we got them for men. Now we have them for domestic violence victims. Do we have shelters for the disabled? That's what I'm talking about. You might have nursing homes or like group homes, just straight homeless shelter reserved for people in wheelchairs and that are not that mobile. Do we have those yet? No, we do not. They have to just try to go find one and hope they have a handicap room, which most buildings today, we're talking about modern day, does have handicap. We got handicap parking spots, handicap rooms, handicap showers, even at hotels and motels today. It's just something disabled people probably do know all about. Like, what is it like living like them when you don't have no shelter? When you don't have as many shelters reserved just for the disabled as you do? That's because they pretty much help them know. Like, they'll have, I don't mean to say it like that, but they'll have shelter in no time, really. Like, if you apply at the right places and you're disabled, they really do try to make you a priority, because that's a whole nother way of life to live. We see why that's a priority. And it's those knowing, like, oh, they pretty much got a life arrangement because of their disability. It be them people too that, ask them what they be going through. Because like I said, you should never just really see a disabled person homeless. Ask them what they be going through. Just because they get a social security check and the government say, well, you should just use that to pay your rent. So that means they don't have 10 people in the family asking them for money every month. They know people be going through that. That's why I wasn't finna really play no more. Not saying that I was going through it just alone personally. I've been on both sides where I've lended and I borrowed. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just have to be real about what I'm thinking about. I've lended and borrowed. So why would I ever feel bad about just lending or just borrowing? That's stupid. You got to. But I was just saying, like, why do the government act like they don't know that, like, families help each other, right? And what are the provisions in the middle, on the side, up and down? I don't know. That's why some of us, we already look to God. Like, we're not looking for any bouquets of thank yous and or nothing like that. We just look to God. You know what I'm saying? With all that we do or that we want to do, because there are no government programs that say, okay, well, if you fail hard on your luck, all they have is bankruptcy as an option. If you fall hard on your luck because you helped 20 family members, even though you had to pay your rent all last year, you had to pay your rent and keep stretching. You had to keep stretching, or sometimes you didn't have nothing at all. Most of your funds went here, there, it's spread it 10 ways. You had to help 2 homegirls, 5 friends, and 3 uncles last month. So here you can apply for this funding. Oh, you actually got proof of the Cash Apps and PayPals? Oh, yeah, here we have this funding for you, but you do have to pay it back. Something like that. They know they can have other stuff that kind of helps fills these gaps out here. Because I bet you people have stories for days of how they have actually went broke or they ended up whole homeless just helping people. And then they'll look at you and be like, well, that's your fault. You shouldn't help people. Okay, but then the shelters are asking the people, why you here? And when they say that it's because they didn't have no help or they didn't help somebody, that's why they there. And the shelter people start laughing like, what? That's really it? You know that's real? You know that's real. You know you probably didn't help 3 uncles and 5 cousins and 2 sisters last week. Plus you borrowed out 3 cigarettes. Now you don't have nothing left. They like that's really that's they just taking notes. Okay, if that's what you say happened, they don't have to take anybody's story of why they were homeless serious or why they are homeless. They thought they was gonna they thought they was gonna put you in a box and say, okay, now whatever y'all see in this box, I told you that's how this person is. Put her in this box for a whole year. And it's funny, like, even if you try to control like a person's narrative like that, why would you not think the real them is gonna come out sometimes? Like, if you really just being you, that's what you're gonna see a person doing. Like, why would you think, okay, and I tell when we look at this person in the box, I tell you, you're gonna see. I'm gonna tell you, see, this is how they end up homeless. It ain't had nothing to do with community and family and like, come on, bro. You know, you was gonna stick a person in the box and say for the next year, that's what it felt like. For the next year, we're gonna be looking at whether you deserve to be homeless or not. That is so weird, bro. We'll put everybody in a box and examine them. You know, put them all in there. Ain't no telling what we might see. You just said they deserve their home if they're paying the bills. Nothing else about their character or anything matters. Jeffrey Dahmer had a home. All the main serial killers that they've ever had to apprehend before had a home. But you're saying that people with homes are better than those that are homeless. Mm-mm. I can't believe it, guys. Woohoo. Somebody hit the drum roll for us. We have hit a whole 4 hours straight on the street tonight. So we appreciate you guys' support. Homeless. Um, is my coffee done yet? Oh, it's still brewing over here. I just noticed it. Like, you know how many people, that's why people are bitter right now. They helped so many people. We ain't talking about in a homeless shelter or at some resource center. They help people right at home, right in their family. You talking about where they money at? It's gone. It's gone. I had to help people eat 5 years ago, 7 years ago. I had to pay rent here and there. I had to get a car people my money. They like, oh, we ain't talking about years ago. Where's your money now? I don't remember slowing down doing the same thing. Cause like to not be out there on the streets is gonna cost you money. Period. They said, see if we get this person right here, we can show y'all what they be doing. It ain't had nothing to do with us. But something else got shown. It's stupid. It's so stupid, bro. That's like you trying to read a book, right? And this annoying person is standing next to you, like trying to stand there the whole time you reading a book. Like, I mean, you wouldn't mind. You probably wouldn't mind. But then that's like them standing there, like, okay, now turn the page, and you're not even done with the page you're reading, and you're the one who chose to read the book. They just standing over you, trying to control what you're reading. Like, see, did you see that part yet I was telling you about? No, let me read at my own pace. I'm watching it. I got this. See, I told you that's what that person do right there. Look, like you can feel people doing it, just like a tug of war over the narrative. That's all this come down to. The narrative of the homelessness community. But yeah, y'all want to know, rest in peace to Young Dolph. Y'all probably like, why you bringing up Young Dolph? What's that got to do with homelessness? Do you know where some of these people's stories started? It's just crazy. I know people know. I ain't gonna even ask that question no more. I know people know that some of these success stories were things you wouldn't believe people was going through before they quote unquote made it or got out. Because you know this is You Will Make It TV. And it just excites me over here. This is what brings me joy to talk about. Cause see, it's really not new. It's really not a big difference from what we were doing on Crown Publishing content. I just was more. I might bring that back though. I was more helping people to promote themselves and their brands, which really I enjoy doing that too. You know what I mean? Because it's not always about what you're doing. Plus, as long as you're always helping others, you know what I'm saying? Making yourself not a service. I mean, not a need, but a service. That's what people that's what people have to ask about some of our stories. Like, why are you such a servicer? Like, why are you so happy with helping people? Like, because I want to be servicing people, not people needing me. NEED. Like, who wants to be live their life like that? You want to be a service. Like, you want to always have, a professional way, like a right way for people to reach out and say, hey, I just need a service. That's it. Every avenue you created, what happened? Because servicing people is still a form of work. Woo. Oh, I made it too strong. Huh? Oh. So I think I'm gonna cut it off right here so I can get a break in and we can talk some more about homelessness in a few hours, guys. If you guys are still hanging out with us this evening, feel free to put it on the You Will Make It TV channel at your dinner table or maybe before you fall asleep. Anytime's a good time to listen to an insightful topic with another new and upcoming podcast. We love you guys. We'll be back with another live topic about homelessness in a few hours, okay? Just make sure when you see that live feed, that live symbol around our channel, that you do click on it to show your support. We love you guys, and until next time.